Yes, good people. It's going to be a long one today. It's going to be a very, very lengthy one today. Quite a lot to talk about. The managers of Vincent Kompany, the mystery entrant into the running to become the new Chelsea manager. But it's going to be fun. And it's Saturday, so I'm not going anywhere. Hopefully, nothing comes up that will be urgent. So, yeah, I hope you're all doing well. More importantly, I hope you're eating blue, sleeping blue, and overall waking up blue and overall living the blue life. I hope so. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, good people. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Blue Morning Show. As always, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. Please kindly accept, as it is a tradition. Who do we have in the chat? But I always like to say hello to my bro, Liam Lane. I hope you're recovering well. Remember, we love you and we miss you. So that's, by the way, the first person in the chat. None of them, they are both useless. Wow, there's actually one more. There's a mystery man. Would try to solve the puzzle with it. The you can say the hints being given. And we'll look at them and try if we can figure out who the person is. And we'll ask the question: why is the person? Why doesn't the person? Why doesn't he want to be, identified? Because I think that's the case. May have said, okay, just add me to the list, but only say my name if I win it. But don't say I'm in the running to become the next Chelsea manager. And how about if it is if the person is Frank Lampard? We don't know. But let's get into the show. No time to waste. This stream needs to go live quickly. Emergency meeting with panelists in a chat. Vivel CFC, always nice to see you, bro. AKA 352 Dilemma. I'm being very cautious as to how I say it. Now, it's easy to say the wrong one, then you'll come at me. Let's see what else we have. I, for one, have an inside source. Oven hot for the unnamed fourth candidate. We'll talk about that when we get to that time. Give us your who you think, the names of the person you think it is. Santiago Munoz, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join in the show. And let's see. Okay, having a convo. The name is not leaked, but it could be Flick. Awesome manager in German league. The style of play is possession and press. I don't watch Bundesliga, so I am not aware of the team or coaches. Flick is still the coach of the German national team, so there's a chance it's not him. But we don't know. We'll move on. Big up everyone. Big up to you, to Eugene. I hope you're doing well. What else do we have? Anything I said to address is people saying hello, exchanging pleasantries. Let's see what else. Official ambitions of winning trophies is not a priority for the new owners. That is one thing I will never believe, because winning attracts big name sponsors. But you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect that. I think it's Marco Rose, a former Dortmund and Leverkusen manager. The hint say that the person is stopped coaching, the person is still coaching. If it was, I'm not sure, again, what to make of the hints. It's everywhere, really. Let's see. Keep thinking, Santiago. And if you come up, Xabi Alonso is Leverkusen manager. Maybe he may well be the guy. Alonso is Spanish too. Did they say that the coach is Spanish? If they say that much, then they've already given it away. Because how many Spanish coaches do they have in the Bundesliga? I'm not sure. Those are good ones. Yep. You agree. My secret sauce doesn't have 100% hit rate. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? But it's fairly accurate. Okay, let's see. I hope he's an Union Berlin manager. Yeah, so it could be anybody. And yeah, what you said, Coach, nice background. Is that fake? No, that's not fake. That's real. That's usually what I revert to when the green screen stops working. So I've been having issues with the green screen, and now I'm going back to this. I'm going to stay with this for a while. Then at point, the green screen is actually easily to roll out, but because I have a lot going on, it's not that the easiest thing. I am very simple. Big up to you too, Santiago Moon. It's always nice to see you. And Devo says the second catchphrase I received was whatever promising, yada yada. I interpret it as someone who is promising gaining popularity. That's an intelligent observation there. So, and that's not easy. Yes, Bobby says, let's smash the like button. Let's get that out of the way. We have 13 likes already. We should be up to 20, 30, 40 likes as soon as possible. Let's get it to 100 likes today. We've been struggling to get to 100 likes since the transfer window shut. We can actually do that. So keep liking the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way, people. So please keep liking the stream. I think it might be Rose from RB Leipzig. If you know him, elaborate even further. I don't know him. But you know what? I think we may well start with the mystery manager. Let's start with that, since a lot of people are talking with that about who the mystery candidate who it is. If you're in the chat, give it a shot. I want to know, who do you think the mystery candidate is? We want to know. Let's try and figure that out before we go to the next topic. So I'm waiting for you. What else do we have here? Santiago Mono, RB Leipzig are playing. Yeah, what you said there, Rose. So you're saying it's not him? Well, as long as he is a yes man, it's fine with this ownership, right? That's what a lot of people are saying. So I'm waiting for you. Give me your hint. Who do you think the mystery manager is? Rose isn't Leverkusen manager. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Is that Danny Rose? No, Danny Rose, I think, is the former Tottenham player. Correct me if I'm mixing anything up, because I don't know. Maybe if you're referring to a manager and I don't know, you let me know. We have a big fan base for big sponsors. Top 4 in quarterfinals of UEFA Champions League is more than enough to make good profit every year. But how soon are they going to make $1 billion plus from just those things you mentioned? So they're going to want the club to be winning things, if you get my point. But I understand where you're coming from. Big up, Coachella. Happy weekend to you too, my bro JC. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join in the show. I think it's going to be delicious today. Don't worry about sponsors and don't be naive. Okay, thank you for saying that, and thank you for saying it nicely. No shit again. Just stick to this one. Nice vibes. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's try and solve the puzzle. Who do you think is the mystery manager? And if you speak about anything else that's not aligned to that, I'm going to speak your comment. Just keep your comment. Except if I recognize that, probably because you weren't here, so you didn't know that we're not talking about now. Right now, I will start believing in the project when I see first important trophy. Until that, no thank you. Like I said before, I think I've said that twice now on the show, that if I were the honest, I'd put a halt to the project at this point, stabilize the ship, because if the ship isn't working well, or if the ship isn't sailing well, you can't go anywhere with it. So stabilize the ship, make sure it's capable of sailing, then take off and take it to wherever you want to go. So the project at this point shouldn't be it shouldn't be a thing. Stabilize the ship first, then you'll be able to sail wherever you want to go. I prefer pick honest over Dortmund, reject Marco Rose, and makes okay. And for now, playing well. And modern Arsenal, modern Ajax in I hate the Dutch league. Forget the name you wrote there. But that's, by the way, Vincent Kompany. Ball is good. Have you watched a Burnley game this season? Watch one coach and make assessment. No, my assessment will go beyond how well they played in the championship or how good their football is. I'm paying attention to the man himself. How long has he coached? His pedigree overall. I get it. There's a chance if we decide that he's the man, he comes in and surprises everybody, I'll take it. But if I'm going to start judging by how long he's been a coach, what he's achieved as a coach. Unfortunately, that's what I'm going to consider first, prioritize while considering which manager will be the better fit for the club Before anything. And if the club says it's Vincent Kompany, because I can't change that, I'll just support him and see how it goes. After all, there's a first for everything. Don't forget to develop young players and sell players. That will happen. Yeah, I understand Hansi Flick. It's a good question, but one thing I'm paying attention, or I'm trying to see if they say anything like that person, he's coached a certain team, like big team somewhere else, or is currently a national team manager, but that would be too much of a hint. Then you'd be able to say, oh, it's Hansi Flick. So I'm not sure who to suspect that person is. It may well be Flick for reasons. It's easy to think it's Flick because we've seen him at our games on 2 occasions, one at Stamford Bridge, and then the other one, what was the team that we played against? Is it the Austrian team in the Champions League? So, but we're not sure. I have to follow. She says, is there any chance the mystery manager is Jurgen Klopp? I'd have to look at the clues again. You go ahead, keep shooting for it. I'm not sure. Let's see. Urs Fischer from Union Berlin won the Swiss League before he joined the Bundesliga, but is he gaining popularity? I would say no, even I don't know him. I have to be honest with you. Big up Hope, you're doing well. The Miesen manager, either Marcelo Gallardo or just Jose Boehly, who likes media attention. So wouldn't be surprised it is Jose Mourinho. Are you talking about Jose Mourinho? Because that's the only person you'd use that first name. Okay, Jose, but I'm not sure. This says a stabilized ship with considering Kompany. What are you talking about? I'm going to ask you, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, you ask me. Don't just jump to conclusion. If you understand the meaning. Did I say I like Kompany? I didn't say that. So always pay attention before you start jumping to conclusion. And the way you end it, it can come across to some people as like you're insulting them. But I don't take it that way. But that's, by the way, destroying everything that Roman built. A lot of people think that way too. The fan base is so depressed that we prefer to discuss any mystery manager instead of speaking that name. Coach, let us put the mystery Dexter background, please. Yeah, I didn't do one for that, unfortunately, and I'm going to be truthful with you. Emmanuel Baden says, what pedigree as a coach does come? That's why I'm asking. He doesn't, right now, nothing, practically. So I'm not going to consider him. I just say that beyond how beautiful his approach to football is, I'm going to look the manager's pedigree, what they've done as a manager, how long they've been a manager. That's what I said. I didn't say but at least he has some. Let me just put it this way so that you get my point. But what is the size of the one he has? How big is it? How impressive it is, maybe. It is Thomas Frank. I need to wake up my horror dreams. I don't think it is Thomas Frank by any chance. Premier League proven is also nonsense. We know that already, and we've talked about that. Now we're talking about who is the mystery manager. Yeah, I meant Mourinho, but Mourinho it doesn't coach in the Bundesliga. Or am I mixing up the hints given with regards to who the mystery manager is? You let me know. I really do want to know. Quickly here. Yep. Let's see what else we have. This says Pochettino is not that bad an option. Like I've always said, I don't think he is. But the biggest concern is the fact that he's coached Tottenham and the culture. I wouldn't say rivalry, because it's beyond rivalry. After all, if your rival's manager is good, you take him. Or if your rival is, if they have a good player, you pay them to take the good player from the team. So I think it's between the two teams. I think it's the culture. The locals more especially are the ones that's not going to easily buy into the owner's decision to hire Mauricio Pochettino. That is, if he ends up becoming him. I think we'll also jump into conclusion that he's now the favorite. Just the same thing we did with the case of Nagelsmann. Turns out he wasn't even considered as a favorite, if that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, I'm going to be careful when I'm trying to read here. This says yes, not company. I might as well flip back to yeah. It depends on who. If they say this company now, and some of the money, or maybe Frank Lampard, they give me company, something like that. It's not about a Pochettino. It's about the owner's ambition. It's as simple as that. Yeah, I wouldn't say like Pochettino isn't a bad manager, and I've argued that before. Given that he was able, he overachieved as Tottenham manager, given what he had to work with. Okay, then it has to be Ted Lasso. Yeah, maybe, but there's nothing we haven't seen. So let's see what we have here. If Boehly goes with company or Poch when Enrique or Nagelsmann are available, then I don't know. Just look beyond Enrique and Nagelsmann. They told us 2 days ago that Enrique he's no longer being considered. And yesterday we heard that Nagelsmann has pulled out of the running himself. So they were probably willing to talk with him further, but he pulled out. And I'm hearing that he's concentrating on Tottenham's job, which, if you ask me, I'd say probably Champions League football. We need a Roy Kent as manager. Okay, what else do we have? They're not clueless. They're smart, but unfortunately, they don't care for winning trophies. That's a strong argument. Let's see, what else do we have here? Poch is known for developing young talent, that's for sure. You can't take that away from him. That I can take, but can he beat the strong teams like Manchester United, Man City, Real, Bayern, PSG, Barca, and our salty rivals? I think he can. Ask yourself maybe you need to when he led Tottenham to the final of the Champions League, and they were beaten. Was it just 1-0? Correct me if I'm wrong. What teams did they beat? Yeah, on course to that final. They beat Man City too, right? And so that's to show you he's an actually, and plus what he had to work with. Yeah, and less than again, Tottenham team, if that makes sense. Would you take Arteta right now? I would say no. If he was an option, because I would say no, really. I haven't taken the time to think about it to say maybe it's something that's going to work. I don't like jumping to decisions without really having to do a little bit of research to be sure I'm making the correct decision. Bright Takora, I am calmed down when I listen to your analysis of news. Others are too toxic and emotional about issues pertaining to Chelsea. Kudos, coach. Thank you so much, Takora. That encourages me, and I appreciate you kindly saying that. And I feel like I'm a superstar right now. But that's, by the way, I'm going to go to my bro, Ty, who I know have been very busy with a lot of stuff, probably. That's why he hasn't had the time to join the party. And plus, he has his own YouTube channel. So, Ty, currently, we're trying to find out who the mystery candidate is. Any thoughts? Any suggestion? And yes, Sherlock Ty. Thank you. So you're in trouble today. Better figure it out.
All right. This whole managerial thing has become something very interesting and climactic. We've seen managers like Enrique and Nagelsmann names being thrown around, and then now both of them have now been, well, one was said to no longer be considered, and the other practically I don't necessarily they didn't reject the club, but he removed himself as an option because he saw things that would have made him frustrated. And I mean, you can't really blame the club. The club wants to do the right thing. They want to make the best decision. So, but yes, I can understand why he'd be frustrated.
Would you say that shows they've learned from the mistake of hiring Potter? How quickly they jumped to him?
I guess so, but at the same time, they wouldn't have had those directors or people that have come in to be part of the board and the technical parts of the club. So obviously that choice was made based on them being told that this manager is an upcoming manager. if you want longevity, if you want something long term, go for him. So yes, it was a decision that they made, lacking the understanding of what needed to be done, choosing a manager that, from the outlook, looked like he was doing excellent at that time, and to be fair, Brighton were, but there were factors, and if you look at what De Zerbi has done at Brighton, you can see that yes, some of those players were under Pochettino, but at the same time, De Zerbi has risen the team to a new level. He's enhanced the amount of goals that they've scored consistently, and their tactical playing as well. But when it comes on to this, Pochettino is a manager, and I get that people will always go back to the fact that he has history as the Tottenham manager, and Tottenham is our London rival. So in that sense, you're gonna have some sort of standoffish attitude towards it.
Mhm.
You're gonna have a case of he should stay away from the club. But when you look at the managerial career of Pochettino, yes, he hasn't won um the Champions League and trophies like that, but he's developed certain players. He's also granted Spurs the best spear that they've had in a very long time at that time, where like you said, he got them to the Champions League final. There were many instances where they were close to winning the league. I can remember the year that Leicester City won the league, and Tottenham were one of the teams that were in contention for the league at that time, and then eventually I think they finished third or something like that. But when you look at it, Pochettino granted Spurs with the greatest 5-year period that they could have had at that time. So, in all fairness to him, he's not a bad manager. He's a manager that does have his shortcomings. All managers do, and it's a case of him just lacking that final aspects that is probably needed to have greater consistency and success. But when you look at what he's done at Spurs, when you look at the things that he did at Southampton as well, he's improved players. He's made players um, see a new level in themselves. He's motivated certain players to do well. I can remember Dele Alli before he became the player that he's become now, who had his greatest period under Pochettino. He was doing excellent under him. He was a player that was deadly. He had great potential, and for whatever reason, he never lived it out. But for me, I think Pochettino is a good manager. I know a lot of Chelsea fans would say that he shouldn't really be considered like that because yes, he's a quote unquote bottle job and whatever. But when you look at the things that he's done at PSG, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was the manager that had let them surpass Bayern. So I think they eliminated Bayern back when I think it was the same year that we won the Champions League as well. So in a sense, I mean he can, and he had the players, and he was able to tactically defeat Bayern. When you look back at his first time as well, he had to defeat Man City to get into the semi-finals, and then after the semi-finals beat Ajax, and it was a dramatic game. They had to come back numerous times. So he does have the ability to formulate a team that can get the job done. It's just that sometimes he does show that inconsistency where he does make those decisions that perhaps you'd say don't make that decision. But all managers have done that. Tuchel did that. Pep does that at time, but eventually he's starting to not overthink. He's trying to think from a more collective perspective. But Pochettino is a manager that has ambition. He's a good tactical coach. He's vocal. He reacts to issues, and he's proactive as well. So you have all of those things that are things that you'd want from a coach. Now, when it comes on to Vincent Company, I
Let's take it one by one.
think
Let's take
that
it one
it's
by one. Can you hear me, Ty? Let's
yeah,
take it one by one, so that every let's stop. Just right now. Let's take it one by one. Let me just put it like that. Let's not run it all through like at the same time. Do you understand what I mean?
yeah,
Are you there?
yeah. Are you hearing me?
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I just said let's take it one by one. If you can hear me. let's say I will go back. We get to Pochettino. We get to why we think Julian Nagelsmann pulled out, because some people are saying it's because he doesn't want to be a yes man. To me, I see it. It was easy for him to decide to pull out because we don't have Champions League football. But I'll get back to you in a bit, Ty. Just give me a few minutes. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat here. I stopped with where Vivel was having a good to me, a go at me. He says, Coach, did you say you feel like a superstar? If you know me too well, you know I was joking, but it's just another way of me saying I'm blushing, if that makes sense to you, in a self-praised way. Now, remember, self-praise is not a praise at all. Thank you for saying that too. My concern here is getting a manager that can use the players properly and get good results. Wow. What else do we have here? My concern is here getting the manager. Like I think you repeated. That's a repetition there. I've read that one too. Please, can we not keep repeating stuff? We want Poch. You want Poch, and not everyone wants Poch. And I wouldn't mind Poch. And I've said the reason why I wouldn't mind him. I know it probably wouldn't go down well with some of the fans, but if he starts getting, producing results, I know a lot of people will get behind him. Guys, Pochettino is a good manager, got dead spots to UEFA Champions League finals, and that is a bigger CV than what Nagelsmann did with his whole career. I see that the same way too, but I would have preferred Nagelsmann over him because at least for the reason that, even though I'm not a local, for the fact that I'm well aware that if should the owners hire him, he will dip in the division where within the fan base or toxicity may be. Sports owners never backed him. They didn't spend enough. Like I said, I recognize the fact that he led them to the UEFA Champions League finals and was this close to winning the Premier League too. That Eden Hazard and our own Chelsea ruined for them. Diego Costa was part of that team too. Our fans don't want him because he has sports links like Mourinho was United. Yeah, I think I understand that quite well. Especially true with the locals. You could say who are embedded in that culture. So it's difficult for them to look beyond, to look at what he achieved at Spurs, rather than look beyond that to look at the rivalry and the culture. More importantly, because I don't think this goes beyond being a rival clubs. The third manager is either Marcelo Gallardo, the former River Plate manager, or the Feyenoord manager. If Poch comes to Chelsea, he won't last 2 years. Remember, Poch left Spurs because of the board. Let's see what happens. Boy, more importantly, nice to see you. Poch, I don't think he had issues with the board. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Let me not just I'll throw you put something out my wazoo and throw it at you. Now, Poch is getting now back. Back real owners who will back him. I think that's a solid argument there. Bad excuses. Coachella, keep believing project. Okay, thank you. I don't think it was about being a yes man or not. I think they disagreed or something important. Are you speaking with regards to who? I want to know. Perceived lesser league. Yeah, we're going into that, and I'll get Bobby's opinion. But I know who Bobby will probably think the person is. But maybe that sentence, perceived lesser league, will make him not speak of the person. But let's see. People who believe in project are probably believe in ghosts and all the supernatural things. Wow. Big up Kachila, the chat and panel, Chelsea all the way. Always nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Poch said, we need money and rebuild. Then he got sacked. And I will say one more thing before I go to Bobby. If you're saying, some people are saying Poch is the perfect yes man, probably because of his days at Tottenham where he didn't complain much, really. I would say after Southampton, Tottenham was the biggest of his coach then. Probably was just, his focus at that time would be must have been to polish his resume, to build his reputation as a recognized manager, and didn't complain much. And believe me, he's done that. That is, if you don't just look at the fact that he hasn't won much, and look beyond that and look at what he did at Sports with the little he had, then you'd recognize he's actually a good manager, but he's not perfect. That's one thing I have to say, because I've looked at how he approaches game. You can say he's one-dimensional to a certain extent. But I'll move on. I'll go to Bobby on the panel. Bobby, how are you doing? Always nice to see you. I'll start you with this one right away if you're ready to talk. If not, I'll go to Ty. But let me read the comment while I wait for you to be ready to speak. This year, I'm sure you've heard that yourself. There's one more candidate. Thank you. Whose name has not been revealed. It says, speaking on Chelsea's mystery third candidate, this contender whose identity has yet to be revealed has made a name for himself as being tactically astute in a perceived lesser league, but is thought to be the least likely candidate on the short list. But Bobby, the person I want to ask you, and that's where we're at right now, who do you think is the mystery candidate? To me, somebody in the chat says something that sounds like it. Marcelo Gallardo, he's coached River Plate, and they played, you say, a brand of football that's actually delicious to watch. But you go ahead, your thoughts, who do you think is the mystery candidate here, before we go into talking about other candidates we have?
I think and I hope it's Hansi Flick. It's that easy.
So, yeah, go ahead and elaborate.
There's every reason to choose him. There's every reason to choose him. He has been studying and been in touch with the directorship for months now, coming to Stamford Bridge, going to Dortmund. That's who I hope and I think it is. That's the only person that will make sense. Everything else is just trying to flirt with mediocrity, isn't it? I don't rate Pochettino. I've spoken enough about him and what the fan base feel about him. Yeah, I mean, if he comes, of course, I'll try and get behind him, but I'm not expecting much. You know, people talk about, oh, he did this at Southampton. No pressure. He didn't win anything at Spurs. Struggled to deal with the players. PSG, I'm not that impressed. But, you know, certainly better than Vincent Kompany, which is laughable. If you're going to get Vincent Kompany, you may as well employ Frank Lampard. I'm hoping it's Hansi Flick. Gallardo, I don't know. I'm very suspicious of somebody that has not managed in Europe. I find that weird that we would go there. However, you know, I have to say I don't know anything about him. That's it.
I think it's just, to me, that his approach to football has not been tested against the very best of tacticians in world football. It's just in South America, which is a huge concern. So I get it. It's an excellent point from you. I'll bring you back on when I need you again. But I'll bring a tie on in so as we talk about why I want to fight with, or I want us to put head together and try to come to a sensible conclusion as to why we think Julian Nagelsmann pulled out. It wasn't like Chelsea said, okay, you know what, I think you're no longer in the running, so please do not waste your time. Since he pulled out by himself, we have to look at, okay, what is the reason? Why do we think he pulled out? Coach, some sources claim that Boehly has already changed a serious voice from Potter to Poch on his iPhone. Just go away, please. Poch had the PSG owners backing him. Remember Lionel Messi, Hakimi, when those guys there before he arrived. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe Hakimi, but I have to look at it. But Messi was already there before he arrived. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure. It's Kompany. No, Kompany's name is clear. It's already on the. Kompany is the second candidate. The third one is the mystery man. The least likely, it just means it's going to be Poch. No, but his name has already been mentioned. So why does it make it? That's why I don't get it. Yeah, in a lesser league too. Yeah. I hope also that it's Flick, but it's just hope. If you say lesser league, then it's not Flick. But I've seen variations of the clues with regards to the Mr. candidate. But you can say this one is the most concrete. It's mentioned in David Ornstein, Johnson Sports. I don't know this two names, but the Athletic at least two popular names, very well known names to me, if that makes sense. It's probably Lampard. I've thought about that, but no, Lampard has coached in the Premier League. He's coached with Chelsea in the Premier League, and then Everton. If he hadn't done that, you say maybe that's him. But the Champions League still counts as the English league. Correct me if I'm wrong. So if it wasn't for that aspect of it, I was thinking maybe Lampard also is applying, because if you apply, you get an interview. It's as simple as that. I am having a funny feeling Boehly is going to appoint a manager we never heard of, and it's going to be a horrible move, just like Potter's move. Collington, always nice to see you. Here's the thing. I think the numbers is what the numbers they using their numbers approach is what is something that's you could say that's what's leading us all to all these weird candidates, because if they paid attention to how well, if you as an individual also take a look at how well Vincent Kompany and the Boehly team did in the championship, you go, oh, okay, I think he may well do well at Chelsea. The numbers thing is leading us to all sorts of weird candidates. That's how I'm seeing it. I am having, I think I've read that one too. This here says if Kompany comes in, it is the same as Arteta's play and requires the same amount of players Enrique wanted during his interview with Chelsea. Conte or Mourinho is definitely not a bad shout. Mourinho, like I said, wouldn't be part of the interview process, but he's not coaching in the lesser league, if that makes sense. Lesser league, definitely not Flick. That's definitely not Mourinho. Gallardo was named, so he's not mystery. Yeah. But he wasn't named that much. His name popped out of somewhere. Gallardo's name just popped out of nowhere when the rumors emerged that the club was on the verge of hiring him. So it may well still be him, but I don't know. Nagelsmann be like, I thought I was your day. Sorry?
You need to use context clues. It did not say it was mentioned as yet to be revealed. So that does not mean
yes,
that
that's another aspect.
Gallardo,
This aspect here has yet to be revealed, so it's never going to be Gallardo. So thank you for catching that, Ty. I appreciate it. I am leaving you, Todd. Okay, I get it. Rhys James, Chelsea have put a final manager on a slot in managerial list. I don't know him, really. I think it's either personal reasons Nagelsmann withdrew or he wanted something Boehly wasn't willing to give him. And we're saying he's concentrated on Spurs right now. So to me, I'd say it's just about Champions League. The mystery candidate is wow. Okay. This says, Coach, can I ask the dreaded vote to Poch in or Poch out? Okay, I'll put up a poll in a bit. Matthias Jastil of RB Leipzig. Okay, he has same age. He's same age as Nagelsmann. At this point, I'm not sure who is. I'm okay with Poch with the options before us, unless someone becomes available. Yeah, like somebody on Twitter asked me. He said again. I said something with regards to how the fans wouldn't be too happy with Poch, and he asked me, okay, would you rather have Vincent Kompany? Our board is probably just for decisions about young talents on the market and more. Welcome to Red Bull. Their approach. So we move on to the mystery manager. Accepting somebody. We have IBZ. Let me get IBZ thoughts. IBZ, pick up to you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Your thoughts. Who do you think is the mystery candidate? Before we move on.
I don't know who's the mystery candidate.
Okay.
I didn't even know there was one, but if it was, I hope it's Mourinho. That's who I want back.
But given this clue, that says again, he's tactically astute in a perceived lesser league. So even though we think the Premier League, a lot of us think the Premier League is better than Italian league. I don't know if that he counts as a perceived lesser league, but I don't know. But you go ahead.
Well, it could be. It could be. I couldn't really say. But I don't know. I really don't know. It's a game now at this point. So it could be the sporting guy. It could be Mourinho. It could be Zidane. It could be anyone. Coach, that mystery man. We do not know. So I can't really say. It will be, if I say who it is, it will be who I want it to be. So I want the mystery man to be Jose Mourinho. That's who I want.
Oh, okay. And that's not being
So-
objective. It's just who you think it should be,
Yeah.
and you think,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
who I want it to be. That's me in it. I would like him back. Yeah. People say no. People say yeah. But that's who I would like the mystery man to be. Maybe it's too high profile guy. It has to be under the wraps. But we never know. It could be the sporting guy, Almiron, or what's his name. It could be another guy, Gallardo or whatever. I don't know. It could be anyone. But me,
All right.
I want Jose Mourinho. Yeah.
All right, I'll come back to you. I don't think the one season without Champions League is a problem. I don't think so either, as long as we sort ourselves out. Coach Nagelsmann's wife asked BMW to postpone her new employment. Yep, that's a giveaway because of the Chelsea job. We heard that before. After CFC was already out of UEFA Champions League, Nagelsmann jumped probably because Boehly went digging his past at Bayern. I heard they did that too. But more importantly, there's a chance. You can say the Champions League, the fact that Tottenham will offer Champions League football makes it even easier for him. What about Brendan Rodgers? He knows the club and a proven Premier League manager. I don't know. They're not considering him. Let me just put it that way. Nagelsmann wanted full control of football and matters. Sorry?
We never know, coach. At this point, we do not. He could be on the shortlist. Brendan Rodgers could be on that shortlist. Do you know what I'm saying?
There's no telling who's on the shortlist.
There's no telling who. That is that's the mystery, and it's a bit fun. I'm kind of intrigued. It's kind of fascinating.
Rodgers, it is.
If the opportunity arises, I mean, he's managed at a big club before, Liverpool, cough. I don't see anyone pulling any trees. Oh my God, yeah, he used to manage at us, and then he went to Liverpool. How can we have him back? No one's gonna bat that eyelid. But when it's Pochettino, it's oh my God, he's Spurs. But yeah, that's another agenda. But he could be there. He could be there. But we moved.
It could be
there.
It could be. Yeah, I'll come back to you again. Nagelsmann wanted full control of football and matters and a 5-year contract. But Boehly and Co said no. I wouldn't give him a 5-year contract either. That aspect I would say no. I think they've learned. Nagelsmann is like Tuchel. That's why, Kachila, stop attacking me, please. Let me host a show, please, if you don't mind. Surprised is just say I'm not. I don't think it will be him. Nagelsmann is a winner. I think he is, and I wanted him. Kachila, I just said. The Mr. candidate is of the Feyenoord manager. You never believe me. Why do I have to believe you until it happens? Then you're correct. Except if you show me something, a video where you have Todd Boehly and Co saying, let's add him since he doesn't want his name revealed. Let's just call him the Mr. candidate. That's the only time I'll believe. Why would I believe you? Other people are saying stuff. It's not a given that I believe you. No, I have to dissect the information and come to a sensible conclusion. Kompany and Poch, another mistake on the way. I hope that's not the case. Finn, nice to see you, Coach. Is that real Frank Lampard who's asking in the stream? No, I don't think so. He will be asking for himself if that's the case to consider Brendan Rodgers. Yeah. Why can't this board backtrack? Like give it to Enrique, or is the ego of the owners in the way? Like I said, maybe the numbers thing is what's leading us to all these weird candidates. If you get my point, I would love Jose Mourinho to win the Europa League, the return to Chelsea as a surprise. Yeah, here's the thing: he has unfinished business at Chelsea. That's certain. So we'll move on to the next thing we want to talk about, and that's with regards to, we're going to look at the timeline as to what happened. First, we heard Julian. Sorry?
I have just one comment.
Go ahead, Bobby.
About the comment on Brendan Rodgers. I don't think it's Brendan Rodgers anyway, because if they're saying it's somebody that is from a lesser league, well, Rodgers was from the Premier League. But saying that there's no shade towards Brendan Rodgers, no, there won't be from Chelsea fans, because Rodgers came with our youth system. He was part of it with Steve Holland. I think he won several youth FA Cups. So he's not going to, Chelsea fans will warm to him, regardless of of messing around with Liverpool and coming from another squad.
But how well he did outside of Chelsea comes first before considering whether he's Chelsea through and through. But go ahead, I understand your point.
No, Chelsea fans will warm to him if he comes,
Mm-hmm.
but what will count against him is, do they rate him? I don't think anybody will look at him as being good enough. You know, Chelsea fans are looking for a marquee elite coach to come in, and I think that's what the team needs. I still hang my hat on Hansi Flick. I think he's an excellent coach, and I'm hoping and praying that he's the third person. But you know, I'm seeing all kinds of names. I'm seeing Zidane. I'm seeing Amorim again. I'm
Hey,
seeing
that's a good shout. That one you mentioned there. That's a good shout.
Zidane. Yeah, I'm seeing
No,
Amorim again.
Flick.
Oh, Hansi Flick for sure. You know, he's been in and around the whole Chelsea setup for months. For months. So it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody if it happens, because it's well set up to happen. You know, and this period of so-called due diligence is an excellent period to work out compensation for the German national team. So I'm hoping that's the case. I really am.
All right, I hope so too, because I like Hansi Flick. I really do like him. But I would have actually preferred Nagelsmann over him because Nagelsmann improved his approach. Actually, I did my research. He scored more goals than him. I think he considered less too. But he would have been my first choice for. But it's everywhere that sometimes you just get confused. But let's get into what I was talking about here. Before I do that, it says this club cannot go forward when we talk about a next level. We're only talking about them. It's with this. We're not the owners. And Chelsea all the way says a coach wants a video. Yeah. After all, there are people who know who the mystery man is. The case is just probably the mystery man is still working somewhere else and wouldn't make his candidacy. Wouldn't want to make his candidacy public. So if it doesn't work out, he's not going to be have issues with his current employers. If that makes sense. So if somebody, maybe if you have the secret, you can hit me up on Twitter and we'll look at it together. Then I'll come back to the show and say, you know what, I believe Chelsea all the way, if that makes sense. But that's, by the way, Coach Twitter removed the blue tick from Todd Boehly's account. He said, well, money, I get it. That's funny. But the truth is, those that earned the ticks by reputation, they were stripped off of it. Now you have to pay for it. Yeah, a lot of celebrities are, having a go at Elon Musk for that. But I get it. It's a good joke there. But that, by the way, here's what we have here. This says a breaking news. I know we already have that. I just want us to look at the timeline. And I want to ask the question why we think he pulled out. Breaking news, Julian Nagelsmann has withdrawn from the race to become Chelsea manager. And this one, we'll go to the next one because that one is going to cause a bit of banter between the two clubs if he signs for Spurs and wins trophies with them, and we end up not winning any. But that's, by the way, to me, if you ask me, even if the reason, as a lot of people are speculating on, especially the Twitter journalists, that he pulled out because simply because the club went, they weren't succumbing to his demands, that he wants to be in charge of the transfers and all that. If that's in fact, even if that's the case, I think the fact that Tottenham will offer Champions League football will make it easier for him to pull out and say, you know what, I think I'm better off going to the other club, plus other options too. But he's going to be, if he ends up at Tottenham, he's going to become a Chelsea enemy forever. But that's, by the way, let me start with you, Ty. Why did you think Julian Nagelsmann pulled out of the running? Let me not just stop it at pulled out. Why he withdrew from the race to become Chelsea manager. But before you do that, just give me 10 seconds. I have a few, and I see my brother Eric, and I want to say hello to him too. Chelsea still want to sign Rafael Leao, according to Bola. I thought he just signed a new contract with AC Milan. Honest with a passion is nothing more. He's asking Eugene a question. And to my night, bro, big up my brother. How are you? I did well. I did well, and I thank God say I did see today, and I hope it's the same with you. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. So, Ty, you go ahead, shoot for it. Your thoughts. Why do you think Julian Nagelsmann pulled out of the race to become the next Chelsea manager? Ty, are you there? Tyron, are you there? All right, I Easy, are you
would
there,
like
bro?
to think that.
Okay, go ahead, Ty. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. I think the main reasons why he perhaps pulled out was the instability that we have at the moment. We're declining on the table each game we go into that should be able to win, and we have players that being able to at a higher level. We're losing those games, and when you consider all to in Champions League
Sorry, I think
football,
you may have to
to
go
go with it,
and come
whatever
back
it's
in.
yeah.
Yeah, your
Some
audio
often
is breaking up. You come back the
is
next 10
where
seconds or 5
work
seconds, we don't
requires
hear you.
more.
Can you hear me, Ty?
Into
Yeah, Ty needs to sort out his audio and then he comes back in. We can hear from him. Let's see what else we have in the chat there. I've said hello to my Niger bro, Eric. Always nice to see you. And here, wonder why Conte, Jose Mourinho, and Zidane aren't being mentioned. I'm not sure why. And this one here, his sound is breaking up. Yep, I've told him that. I think he's going to come back in again. Chelsea decide on the next manager in the next 10 days at the Telegraph. Candidates on the list are Pochettino, Marcelo Gallardo, and wow, okay, not no Vincent Kompany, according to the Daily Telegraph. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm going to come to you, IPC. Why do you think that Julian Nagelsmann pulled out, even if he disagreed with the or has some some aspect of the whole talks where his vision are not aligned with that of the owners? When you say it must have been easy for him to pull out, given that Tottenham can actually offer Champions League football, and for any manager who believes in themselves, it's a huge thing. What do you make? What do you think? Why overall? What you think is the reason why he pulled out?
Probably those reasons. Like before, like I think Ty was saying, I think he was touching on it. I don't think necessarily results, because he'll probably be interested anyway, knowing that next season it can all change and what have you. But I just feel maybe the whole structure of where we are at the moment just seems a little bit messy, and it doesn't seem that we know, as in the owners, probably don't know what's going on. There's no stability in the thinking right now, so maybe just felt, you know what, I don't think it'll be. Yeah, I don't think he want to enter it right now. Maybe that's why. Maybe his demands were too high. Maybe they couldn't offer him what he wanted. I couldn't really definitely say, but what I would like to take from it is that maybe going into the thinking and going into negotiations with the club, maybe there's still some uncertainties there that just don't approach with caution. Like, Chelsea's not easy at the moment. We've just sacked 2 managers within the space of a season. I mean, there's the uncertainties there. It looks a little bit messy in terms of who you're hiring and, who's involved, who's in control. Maybe that all plays its part in just saying, you know what, you lot ain't got your shit together. I probably wouldn't want to come in there right now. Maybe that's what it is. And if that's the case, I can understand it, because it's a bit of a challenge to come in and sit down and say, I'm going to take this on. So whoever's keen for it should be ready for it. And maybe sitting down and putting the fine details on the table just wasn't the right fit. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe we don't just know. We only speculate and try to figure out, okay, what really happened. How
Yeah,
is that possible? Because
yeah,
the rumors were that he was he was a front runner before he put out of the race. So
yeah, yeah,
yeah, but to me, I think the Champions League will be most likely be a factor. If anything, it makes it easier for him to say, after all, if I go
I even
there
forgot about
and
that
have
as well.
Champions League
Yeah,
football,
that
go ahead.
could be a that could be a factor as well. Yeah, the fact
Hmm.
that we're not playing in Europe next year, and but probably Tottenham could be playing, could be a factor. It could be. The assurances. What if he doesn't make Europe next year? Would he be sacked? Based on the fact that we didn't make it this year, he might need 2 years to get us into Europe. Maybe we don't know. But that could be a factor. You're right. That could definitely be a factor.
Hmm. And while you're there, before I go to Bobby, I want to ask you because that seamlessly connects us to the fact of the talks. We hear that all the time. It haven't happened to us. It doesn't happen to us all the time because we rarely miss out of the Champions League. Now that that's the case, how do you think that again? How that affects our transfer activities? I don't. Let me just leave it up to you because I have my own thoughts as to how I think it's going to affect us. But what do you think?
What affect us in Champions League? You say?
No. Transfer activities again in terms of signing players because we don't have Champions League.
Oh well, it depends on how it's sold to the player. It depends. I mean, we're still Chelsea Football Club, and that name still holds clout. And you know, you just got to walk into the trophy cabinet room and show players that have ambition. I mean, players have ambition, coach. They want to aspire. They want to they want to be the hero to change their fortunes. They want to be that guy. Oh, the club wasn't good and I made it good. Players have those type of ambitions. So if you're looking at a club that is not in Europe and they want to be in Europe, if you have high ambitions enough, you might want to be that guy to say, you know what, I can do it. I can be that guy. And if it's sold to you, I'll be sold because what is a household name? It's like working for a big company. Yeah, they might not be, favorable right now, but it's still a big company, and I know that they can be on the up. So it's still, and I've seen the accolades that they've achieved. If I'm ambitious enough, I'll know that I can achieve it too. So yeah, you're right. I mean, the here and now players. I don't think players do think about the here and now, but I don't think it's a general assumption that they do. Oh my God, he's not in the Champions League this year. Oh, I'm not joining. I don't think every single quality player will be like, oh my God, they're not in the Champions League this year. I'm not joining. There will be a factor into the fact that, oh yeah, they're not in the Champions League. It might be a hinder of, how long will it take? But I mean, if they're quality enough, they have the ambitions enough. I believe that it could be it's a win-win. I don't think it will be a problem. It's obviously how we sell it to the player. I mean, reportedly, I still have my doubts. Please, you can cook me whatever you want. I still have my doubts over Nkuku, but you can see that we've prized this guy away from RB Leipzig reportedly, and he'll be joining. Are you seeing what he's going to be walking into? A club that's not playing in Europe after he's been playing in Europe, and we're sitting in mid-table. So you could see that the ambition, yeah, to join a big club is still there, and we are a big club. I don't care if we won 1 year out the Champions League or what have you. I mean, we got clout, my bro. We're Chelsea Football Club, so I don't see it as a big factor. I don't see it
But
at all.
it's still a factor, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, 100%. It is definitely still a factor, but it will go down to the player's ambition. So I am ambitious enough to know that if I can play for a big club and change its fortunes around to take it to the next level, then why not? I mean, look where Manchester United finished last year, but a Champions League winner in Casemiro thought, hang on, I'm gonna join Manchester United, not because they finished 11th last year, but because of the fact that it's Manchester United number one. It's still the most
Hmm.
league winners in the whole country, bar none. And it's a big club. He still joined, and that's a 3-time, 4-time Champions League winner. So what are we talking about? It's still a big club in its round. So I do not think it will hinder us in getting the quality that we do need. It's all about what is projected to the player. That's what I think anyway.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that answer. I'll go to Bobby in a bit. Um, I think I've read this one here. Just to decide on the next manager Yep, I've read that one. And my bro, manager bro, Eric says, I am blessed, bro. God is good. Yep, yeah. Allah is good. God is good. However you prefer to refer to the Almighty, He is good. Why Anslar? What is this club becoming? I don't even know him that much. But I don't believe everything I see out there. So I'm not going to start blaming the club for names I see on Twitter or see Twitter journalists throw at us. Chelsea summer clear out could raise 200 million. Yep, I think we have a show tomorrow for that. We'll talk about we'll do another keeper. So we've done that before, but I think the landscape of things have changed. So we need to have a go at it from you could say a new perspective, if that makes sense. Nkunku is injury prone. Our recruitment is horrible. Wow, some argument virtual. Oh, students, always nice to see you here. And then Mike says again, can we sell some players? Nobody on the Chelsea board should be talking about buying more players. I agree with you. And hopefully you have time to join us tomorrow when we go into that topic in detail quite a lot. We'll talk about that tomorrow. And I know it's going to be heated. But big up, thank you so much for bringing it up. And I'm sure a lot of players will leave the club. And a lot of us, we've seen so much. I think I've seen read something to the effect of the club, something putting it this way, that we sell nearly every player, which doesn't make sense. But that just showed you a lot of players will leave. We have 30 plus on the squad, which is too many for a manager to select from. And it's not like half of them are like on a low wage. And lots of them are on a lot, which you can say bulks up the club's overall wage size, if that makes salary size, if that makes sense. Here, Coach, have you seen Matlaw's latest tweet? He is singing praises on Poch. Yeah, I'll get to that in a bit. Bobby, let me come to you. I hope you're still there. I want to get your thought as to why you think Julian Nagelsmann pulled out of the race to become the next Chelsea manager, and why we're hearing from CFC Bayern, this is just important that he's now concentrating on Tottenham. What do you make of it? If you want to talk on that. If not, I'll move on to the next topic. But I'll wait for you if you're there. If not, I know you're at work. So anything else in the chat? And people, before we go ahead, remember we started a program called Stay in School Giveaway. It's a monthly giveaway, and the first edition of it we did, I think, 2 days ago, and the winner was Nathaniel Okosio, and he hasn't reached out to me, so I'm really concerned. Maybe he just put the hashtag in and left. I've seen him occasionally in the chat, so I'll keep an eye open for him, and if you see me anywhere, let him know. And yeah, I'm looking for him to find a way to get his $100 that he won. And don't worry about it. Nobody's going to be able to take that away from him, because I have the ID of the chat name he used. Because every individual, even though you're not a content creator, you still have a channel. I can go to use your handle to get to you. So I'll compare if it comes to that. So yes, people, if you haven't, please take a second, drop a like on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And if you're watching, I know some of us are not able to participate in the chat. If that's the case, please just do us one more favor. We appreciate you watching, because you watching alone does provide a lot of value to the channel. If you can do us one more tiny bitty favor, take a second, drop a like on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. That will go a long way. Thank you so much for all the support. We sincerely do appreciate that. So we'll move on from that. It looks like Bobby is working. When that's the case, he usually doesn't have the time to talk. So let me get you through the timeline.
Yeah, sorry,
so if you have
I was distracted by someone.
Okay. So the question for you is, we've heard Julian Nagelsmann pulled out of the race. We know that. And it's followed by the fact that he's not concentrating on joining Tottenham. That will make him an enemy of the club forever, at least from the perspective of the fans. Some of the fans, because some of us look beyond that and see reasons as to why we believe he did that. So why do you think he pulled out, and what do you make of him concentrating on joining sports right now? Do you think the Champions League is a factor? Whatever your thoughts are, I want to hear from you.
Yeah, I think the Champions League has a very good chance of being a factor, because he left Leipzig for a reason. He wanted to go and manage the best clubs in the best leagues, in the best competitions. But that aside, there are other issues. You know, Nagelsmann said that he wanted some time after Bayern, and that could be it as well. I think it's a dangerous debate, in that it just leads to people speculating, and we're in this era of shading. They like to throw shade on anything, and of course the target will be the owners. So it's their fault. They did this, they did that. Nagelsmann himself quoted that you can't withdraw from something you were not part of in the first place. So I don't know. I think I'm not saying for you, but I've moved on from him. I'm not even thinking about him.
Yeah, and it's good that you're talking about. We want to know why you moved on. Like you said, it's a dangerous debate. Also, I think I'm sensing that may well be the case, given that the fans will start blaming a lot of people. But you go ahead with what you were saying. We need to learn from you how to move on from it too. I think we should. But go ahead.
Well, I've moved on from him because it's not going to happen. So I just think, well, what's the point in even thinking about it? He's not going to Spurs, I can tell you that. I just think he's going to take some time off. I think he probably has his eye more on Real Madrid than anyone else, and I'm not sure they will go for him because of his age. So he might take a little time off.
Yeah,
And
it only
Spurs,
makes sense. Yeah.
what guarantees is it that they'll be in the Champions League? Remember, Newcastle and Man United may have something to say about that. So I'm not going to speculate for them. I think they'll more likely chase after Enrique, probably, and he's probably the better manager, and that would hurt Chelsea fans more. And he's the most likely for them to get if we
I
don't
think
do
there's also
something
something
quickly.
else. Yeah, I think there's also something else to learn from the fact that he pulled out. The rumors were, and although there were also reports that said clearly there's nobody is a club's favorite, and they're taking their time to consider all the candidates being mentioned. But people were quick to jump that he's is the favorite. Even I, at some point, thought, wow, it's done and dusted. That he will most likely become the next Chelsea manager, and every other thing we're hearing is just a waste of time. It's because I saw something that said, contrary to all the reports out there, that he was never the leading candidate. Nobody was. But that's, by the way, this says that we have to bring it back to Pochettino. This report here says Chelsea, things have gone very positively with Mauricio Pochettino. But before I do that, let me catch up with what I have with the chat. I haven't seen. I think I have. Somebody sent me an update on that, and we'll look at it in a bit. Benfica star. Let's see. Sell all the squad. The man for let's say it's not that simple. Benfica star Diego Moreira will join the Chelsea. The 18-year-old, I'm guessing, at the end of the season, according to our record. Okay. Poch should come and bring Kane with him. It's not going to be that easy. Enrique isn't going to Madrid, Bobby. Because of the rivalry between the two clubs, or how I think he played for both clubs, but I don't remember. I can't say clearly why I don't think that will happen. But if you can elaborate a bit.
I never mentioned Enrique going to Madrid at all.
He was talking about Nagelsmann.
It's Nagelsmann that could possibly go there. I said, if we don't make a move for Enrique and do a sort of U-turn, that it's possible that Spurs will chase him and may get him because, he's looking for a job right now.
Yeah. Also, thank you so much, people, for 37 likes. Let's get the likes going. Let's try and get it to 100 today. We, like I said, it's been difficult for us to get to 100 every day since the transfer window shut. It usually happens, but we can do that. Thank you for the growth of the community so far. I appreciate that. Let's see what we have here. PSG want to sign us in for 130 million. That's a lot of money. Napoli intend one brother as a replacement. That is if we are interested. That's the only time we listen to them. But here's one thing I gotta say is Drogba is advising him not to go to PSG, and you know where he's advising him to go to. Big up everyone. The Prince is here. Big up to you, the Prince. Please like the likes to go along with 37 likes. Let's keep pushing it. trade Lukaku. No offense. Yeah, I know. I wasn't going to pronounce it anyway. For Kane, I don't think they'd agree. If Enrique joins Spurs, that would be the death of us. A lot of Chelsea fans aren't going to like that. Bobby has an apology from my bro, my Niger bro, Eric Blue. He says, sorry, Bobby, you meant Spurs. Yeah, maybe. No, he was actually talking about Nagelsmann and say, if anything, he goes to, I'm not sure, so, but it's a mix-up there, but now you understand he didn't mean, I think this, let me just say there was a miscommunication there. So if you're watching, people, if you haven't, keep dropping the likes on the stream. Let's get it up, people. We have 58 people watching, so we should have more than 37 likes. Big up to you, Francis Winters. I haven't seen you in a while. Do let me know that you're doing well. I really want to know. Here we have the owners don't have a clue. Waffle merchants. Wow. I call them PR merchants. I know that's not insulting, but I hope you understand what I mean. Yep, things have gone positively with Mauricio Pochettino in the last few days and could now accelerate following Julian Nagelsmann withdrawal from the Chelsea head coach job. So definitely, before I come back to the panelists, it's looking like it's going to be him. And this is Matt Law saying a bit more to that report. Chelsea were always adamant. I think this one should have gone before the other one. Like I said, the club, I've always read something that said there's no front runner, that they're considering everybody equally at the time. This says a bit more on this. Chelsea were always adamant. Nagelsmann was never favored, despite some sources claiming he was, and things have gone very positive with Pochettino in the last few days. This could now accelerate. Yep, that one aligns with this one. So Pochettino is looking like the favorite right now, but we don't know. They may well have someone else in mind that we don't know. So let's start talking about Pochettino now. This says senior figures have decided against Nagelsmann. There have been concerns over age. This doesn't make sense. And here's it. After reading this, let's read something from this bro here, Mr. Experience, which says, excuse me, which says, if age and experience is a concern, then why is Vincent Kompany's name among the reported candidates on the list? Even Frank Lampard was a sensational in the championship with Leeds United. These are fake news and unrealistic speculations. It's ridiculous. It is indeed. So if age is the issue, why is Vincent Kompany on the list? Except if the Vincent Kompany story is absolute a horse doo-doo, if that makes sense. But that's, by the way, we'll move on from this one. I don't think we need to look at that one at all. Chelsea actually ranked Mauricio Pochettino above Julian Nagelsmann from the get-go of their head coach, such amid previous interest in the Argentine. Here's the thing. A few days ago, when we were reading the reports, one said thoughts are that Nagelsmann is the leading candidate, and that Christopher Vivell and one of the board member prefer Christopher Vivell. And also, we wanted to read one of the reports, which also clearly said something to the effect of that that Pochettino is the candidate that the board and everyone at the club collectively sees as a better option. That was when I knew, if anything, it's most likely going to be Enrique. But already, because the news out there, lots of humongous reports out there suggesting that Nagelsmann is a leading candidate. Already impaired my judgment, but yeah, it's looking like it's going to be Mauricio Pochettino. If that changes, I will really be surprised. But that's, by the way, before we look at this, I want to come back to you, Bobby. It's looking like it's going to be Pochettino. What do you make of it? So let me just start with IBC. I'll come back. Okay, go ahead, Bobby, if you're ready to talk here. What do you make of it?
Did Enrique pull out of the job?
He didn't pull out himself. The club, we heard something to the effect of the club aren't considering him anymore. They're not considering him again because the visions of the club and Enrique's own vision and his own vision of with regards to the project did not align. So we learned that about 3 days ago.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you go ahead. Your thoughts
I'm not
with the
convinced.
Pochettino report.
You know, Pochettino to me is underwhelming. I've said everything about him, even taking away the sentiment of his Spurs background. I
Mm-hmm.
don't feel excited. You know, I don't see him as a winner. I really don't. I just look at this guy and I think, okay, you know, another very passive, almost dull individual.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay, is that it for you, or you want to add something else to it?
I hope if it's him, he comes in and rips up trees and surprises me. But I think I've been following football long enough to know that usually when I have a feeling about something, I'm right. Um, you know, I don't want to be, but I would say 9 times out of 10, when I have a feeling about somebody that we're flirting with at the club, he's not the right person. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
didn't want Lukaku, look what happened. I didn't want Sterling, look what happened. I'm very happy to say I was wrong about Thiago Silva,
I
but
was going to mention that. You're a smart man.
yeah, you know, that's the only thing that kind of gives me hope for these sort of situations. That you know, one, nobody can be 100%. You know, I didn't fancy Potter at all. I thought all that Brighton noise was just noise. And I feel that way about Pochettino. I'm yet to really see anything about him that excites me. You know, I don't seem to watch a game where he's done something tactically astonishing. We played his Spurs team several times, many times, and even when we were not at our best, we beat them. So I don't see anything there. I really don't. You know, it just smacks of mediocrity to me. And boy, do I hope I'm wrong, but no. Whereas Enrique, I have my concerns, but his pedigree is undeniable.
Mm. Some comments right there. I'll catch up with the chat. I'll come to IBZ to get it started. Then we go from there, and then we talk about how the fans will react to that if it happens. Nagelsmann to Chelsea. It's not gonna happen anymore. And your name is Evolution Nina. Always nice to see. Nice to see. I think this is your first time here, and welcome to the channel. Please accept if you're someone else that's been here before, but you change your name. If you haven't, please keep liking the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes to go along with. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel. Keep liking the stream and share on whatever social media platform where you have presence. Chelsea all the way, Chelsea duo Chukwemeke and Nani Madueke are beginning to have concerns about a lack of playing time. Chelsea, according to Dean Jones, well, the next season is coming, and their you could say their time at Chelsea was always going to be next season because they were new and they arrived at the time. We've gone midway through the season before they arrived. So not, let them stay calm. I think everything will be all right for them. Watching from Ireland, Francis Winters, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you mentioning where you're watching from. Can we succeed with dictatorship owners? Wow, it's a very obvious we lack plan. I don't think we can achieve anything with Poch. Okay, that's your argument. Let's see what else we have here. Sky Sports or propaganda. Poch succeed at Chelsea. I hope he does if they hire him. I'm sure Havertz will leave Chelsea. Stalin should go. He is whatever you call him there. Okay, he's what you call him. I didn't say that. Lasaka Correa, he's whatever you mentioned, and whatever you say there, it's your opinion, not mine. Take Chelsea squad to Bayern in, bring all the Bayern players. Yeah, good suggestion. And it's really easy to do that. So, yeah, maybe we should try that. Let's see what else we have here. I don't think so. Let me find relevant content there and say good. Friends, always nice to see you. He says the Bali out chance need to happen as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I love you, bro, but I'm not going to be part of that one. At least not at this point. Let me just phrase it like that, if that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. That's a solid argument. And I know Bobby will support you on that one. Let's not believe it's Poch just yet. Remember, we were sure of Nagelsmann. Just wait till it's confirmed. Thank you. Isco philosophy. That's an excellent. You could say that's the first delicious comment of the day, and I love it. Don't hold your breath on anything you see out there. After all, we thought it was at one point it was out there that Chelsea are close to confirming Marcelo Gallardo, and boom, everybody's saying was so sure it was going to be Nagelsmann. Even my bro, from Madiba Land, Taverho, was so sure it was going to be Nagelsmann. At one point, I also thought it was going to be Nagelsmann until we heard what happened. So don't hold your breath on that. So thank you for that comment there. Dull individual is a good description and fits a profile of a yes man. Wow. Some comment there from JC. Big up to you, JC. I hope you're doing well. I've said big up to you before, actually. It's confirmed by Fabrizio Romano. What's confirmed by Fabrizio Romano? I want to know. A passive, dull individual cannot get to a Champions League final. Thank you. Counter argument. That's why I love the show here. You present your argument, there's always somebody to let you know. I don't think that's the case. Someone has to buy Boehly out of the consortium. I think Boehly knows how to keep his mouth shut, but Boehly needs to be bought. He's not working out. Here's the thing, something I want to say quickly. I think we're just the ones thinking everything is down to Boehly. I honestly do not think so. It's a group. It's a consortium, which means he's not the sole decision maker. I think before we hear anything, they deliberate. Probably there's a chance they vote, but we don't know. But my point is he's not the sole decision maker, and there's no chance he'd be the only one making all the decisions we've seen and all the things that has happened. Why exactly it's Nagelsmann now happening, we don't know. Chances are Champions League is a factor. Chances are his vision with that of the club, they do not align. That's a factor too, if that makes sense. And to my bro, CFCO, big up, my bro. Much love to you. Always nice to see you here. Big up, coach. Hope you're well. Bobby, big up. To always a pleasure listening to you, lot. Thank you so much, bro. Much love to you. And, bro, if you have a chance, share the link to your channel. I've told you, you don't even need to ask me. I love you. We're also, again, it's all about Chelsea Football Club, and we want to grow together. And please, even before he shares the link to his channel, click the three dots to the right of his name. Go to channel, get there, subscribe, let him know I sent you. So if we get to meet somebody in the UK or in London, he buys me a lot of what I like. But that's, by the way, big up. We move on from that. And JC also said we need to believe it is Poch to make sure we jinx it. Yeah, I think that's another way to say that. Matt Nagelsmann doesn't want to handle Chelsea. Maybe that may well be the case. That's another way to see it. Yeah. I agree with you, JC. Vivel is planning Nagelsmann's away from club. But Boehly saying we will win 3-0 wasn't voted. It was solemnly on him. But would you vote him out because he said that? There's nothing, if you don't dream, dreams, you have every right to dream. And he has every right to be positive. At least maybe Frank Lampard convinced him and told them we're winning this one. That may well have been the case. We don't know. But I get your argument. Why the owners' decisions are against Chelsea fans' wishes, I don't know. To me, we did debate that at length the other day. Yes, they do consider what the fans think, but sometimes they prioritize what's good for the club, not really what the fans think. And I busy did put it so well yesterday. And please, the Prince, you're a moderator. If you can stop using all caps, because you're setting a good example. If you weren't a moderator, Nightbot, the machine that is policing the chat, will delete your message. So please, let's stop doing that. Let's see what else we have here. See, Telglazers by Chelsea. Thank you so much. That's from fire to frying pan. From frying pan to fire, so to speak. I heard rumors that Nagelsmann reminded them too much of Tuchel. Must have been the accent. I like that one. I honestly do love that one from you, bro. It's a good joke. I love it. Maybe the accent, or the attitude too, but the accent one, I know you're joking, but it's really hilarious. Maybe the attitude, because haven't they worked together? I think they've worked together at Mainz. I don't remember. Olawale Ogundiran, my Niger bro, always nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Olawale says Olawale says, I believe we are hiring Nagelsmann. Something happened when we were chasing Enzo. At the point we are told the deal has collapsed. We have to keep our fingers crossed. Like I said, I'm not going to believe anything until I hear the announcement, but I'm not going to be too sure. Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Barcelona scored, shaking your head. Okay, don't let your head fall off. Who they're playing against? I'm not following that game. But the Chelsea women. Oh, they always they beat us in the final last time. But I think we can still overcome. But the Barcelona team is a very good team. Chelsea just conceded to Barcelona inside 3 minutes. Woo! Wow. Oh, okay. That's not going to be easy to come back from. But they have a good set of players. Hopefully, they come back from that. This says why owners' decisions are always against the wishes of the Chelsea fans. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have the answer to
Because
that
the
question.
owners are not. I mean, with all due respect, yeah,
Mm.
to our love for Chelsea, me included, we are just consumers. We're customers. We're fans. Our thinking will not be strategic. Our thinking, yeah, albeit they put us on the board, you get supporters' trust, but if they were to pander to every single one of our demands, it will be
Mm.
the lunatics running the asylum. There needs to
And
be order.
sometimes it
These
wouldn't
are
be
the
easy to
people.
come to a
These are
sensible
the
conclusion.
people
So, what do
that
they really
are
want?
like with all due respect, some fans are business owners, some fans are just have no idea how to run a business. Some fans are into football, some fans don't even know what a football is. We
Mm.
can't fans can't run, they can't just do it, the Prince. They can't just, oh, what do the fans want? Let's do it. It's not like that. They're gonna make some decisions that are gonna ruffle our feathers. It's just the life, it's just life. You can't please everyone. This decision that they're
Mm.
going to do with Nagelsmann, some people loved it, some people hated it. Pochettino, some people love it, some people hate it. Enrique, some people love it, some it's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. And I believe that they are well equipped to make the decisions to run a football club, to hire the people to run a football club. I'm not. I wish I was. I've tried. I've got qualifications, but not as high. I wish I had a UEFA Pro license, all of that, so
Mm.
I could be in those type of. But we're not. But we love the club. We love what it represents. With whatever your affinity is with Chelsea, you hope that the people that are in charge of it, pull it in good hands, and we should have that belief. Not to say why are they always against our wishes. We should just understand they can't pander to all our wants and needs. It
Demands
just can't work.
or needs.
It really
Mm.
cannot work. What? Okay, if what we really want is not Pochettino. From what I've seen, we don't. The general consensus is that they want Nagelsmann, right? So what? Just slag off
Was maybe the general
Pochettino's.
consensus was. Oh, you're talking about the fans.
Yeah, just the fans. The general
Yeah.
consensus the
Okay. Go
fans.
ahead.
I'm just example. I'm not saying this now. The general consensus that the fans want Nagelsmann. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So
Mm.
what? Let's listen to the fans. Let's stop what we're doing. Let's close everyone else and let's get Nagelsmann because the fans want Nagelsmann. It really doesn't make sense, guys. So we'll have to trust that they will make the right decisions. It might not even be the right decision they make. The decision they make, I might not like it, but what can I do? I have to just say, oh, damn it. I have to just hope that they don't mess up. I didn't like the Mourinho Peter Cech situation. I thought that was very amateur, but I had to understand that maybe there's a method to their madness. Lo and behold, there is no method to their madness, but they're learning on the job. So that, it is what it is. So I just don't think they can. It's not. They will listen to our demands because and
But
I think
not
they might. I
everything,
think they
really.
will. Not everything. You know what I mean, Coach? I think they might
Yeah,
a little
that's the
bit
point.
in terms of wanting new players. They've. We had Todd Boehly in a space during January. I think he was in someone's Twitter space. Everyone was going, "Oh, get Enzo, get Enzo." We never know. He probably caved into the fan pressure that we need to get Enzo Fernandez. It's one of those ones. So I just believe they can't always pander to our needs. I know that. No. Look at the Glazers. But it is what it is. Hopefully they get it right with this appointment because I'm tired.
Mhm.
I just want it right.
Let me
But,
bring you back. Let me bring you back to the Poch talk. The question I want to ask you is this: do you think it's good enough? Before we go into how we think the fans will react to him becoming, that is, if he eventually emerges as a club's new manager. But right now, let's stick with: do you think it's good enough? Given you know him too well, you know how he performed at Spurs. I'm sure you're well acquainted with his history at PSG. But your thoughts, or what do you make of the possibility of him becoming the next Chelsea manager? And do you think it's good enough?
me as an individual, I never like to focus on the negatives of something. I like to focus on the positives first, yeah. If you know what I mean. So it gives me a clear thinking and a bit of optimism. If I
Mm,
focus on the negatives, I'm preempting. Do you know what I mean? Exactly as well as the positives, I'm preempting. But I feel the positives is more better than the negative. Yeah, I just believe so. So if I'm taking that into consideration, I will consider the fact that Pochettino, albeit he has not won anything as a manager
mm,
apart from the time at PSG. What did he do at Tottenham? He you could argue he developed the players that were there. The players that were there in Harry Kane and Dele Alli and Lamela and Moussa Dembele and Co. They were developed under him. So he has an attribute of developing players. I'll take that into consideration. He has an attribute of developing young players. If I consider, I don't know, his time at Southampton or even his time at Tottenham,
mm,
um, you know, you will see that those qualities can resonate. Obviously, without again taking the sentiment of the fact that he managed Tottenham away, I will have to look at the positives first and see why did these owners want to hire him, and if I have to look at those type of positives to see that it could really work out. Again, the only way it couldn't work out is if the pressure of the fans get to him too much, in which he won't be able to continue his job. Well, a day-to-day scrutiny of decisions. And I don't believe he lacks that. I believe he could be able to make the right decisions. You learn from your mistakes. If it was a big club like PSG and he failed there, you learn from your mistakes. You know what I mean? Tuchel did, and he won us the Champions League. He bottled it against in the final, and he won it the year later. We would never have sworn that. But you learn from your mistakes, and I believe that if you want to focus on that, if I focus on that, I think that would be I'll bode well to doing that in supporting the new gaffer. If that was to
mm.
be the case, than just saying, oh, you know what, he's failed and at Tottenham. What did he do at Spurs? What did he do at PSG? Oh my God, he's coming here. That just it doesn't bode any sort of positive momentum in my thinking moving forward. But people are different. I mean, people won't have any of that. People will see the fact that he managed Spurs. People see that he managed PSG and he didn't do anything there, and they'll say that, oh, well, what's he going to do here? But I think that would be very counterproductive in my thinking. So I won't have that mindset. I would like to judge him at when he's here. So when he does here, when he's settled and he starts to make decisions that are a bit questionable, that's when you will question him. Then, but before then we were just preempted. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't like to look at it like that. So I believe, I mean, he's got the credentials to manage at any top European club. I mean, he was linked with Manchester United. They were calling his name for God knows how long. So I mean, he has the quality to manage at any top team. But obviously, with our case, we're a bit picky and choosy because of certain situations. I mean, a team that's
Yeah.
11th in the league that's gone through two managers in this season and that can't score goals and they're doing rubbish. I don't think we are any luxury to be choosing what's best for, you know what I mean? But
Mhm.
people are different, so we move.
Yeah, we move. I'll come back to you when we start talking about the cons with regards from the perspective of the fans, whether you call it one or not, but we'll talk about it anyway. Fans always have a say. Boehly seems to be ignoring everything. I think that's an argument, but we don't know. I think hiring Frank Lampard, well, the fans didn't come for it anyway, didn't call for that. It's becoming the lesser evil option. I think that's another delicious comment of the day, where we've seen beggars are not choosers. We can in any way influence their decision as to what manager they choose. So we better have decided, okay, we just be, presenting our opinions to me. If it comes to Coach A, B, C, I want Coach B. It's as simple as that. The Nagelsmann Poch versus Poch, now who Poch versus Vincent Kompany. I was balling out when Nagelsmann rejected us. Now I have to shift back to balling out if Vincent Kompany joins us. Yeah, yes. I wish we have a say really. Come on, we needed Enzo. It was not about the space, but no, he just uses as a point of reference. But big up to you, Limit. It's always nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. That means a lot to us here. And this here says, I feel like I have to shift gears on reverse again. If it comes to Vincent Kompany versus a worse option, you have to. The lesser of the two evil. That's a good way to approach it. A happy weekend to you all, Chama. Thank you so much for finding the time to join in the show. I appreciate that. This PR scheme is smart. A versus B. Take out A. Now you only got B versus C. Take out B. Now you only got C versus D. Smart.
If you
smart
were to
people.
ask
By
me,
the way,
though, yeah. If you were to ask me, yeah, Kompany or Pochettino, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I do like Kompany's approach, man. He does look like a man that will tell you what time it is and not care about it.
And I've
And
seen
the
a video of
leadership-
him speaking to the players. He's not the type to come, try to lecture you. He tells you as it is. But go ahead with what you're saying, so I'll catch up with the chat and bring in Eddie. Yeah.
He looks assured in his conferences as well. When I listen to him speak, it's like, oh, I don't even see you as a former player anymore. I actually see you I don't even look like, you were Vincent Kompany that came from Anderlecht to Manchester City, this defender. I just see him as he's actually a gaffer. He's so assured. It's very refreshing to see. So, you know what? If I was to pick both of the two, I'll pick out of Pochettino or Kompany. I'll actually pick. I'll go for Kompany. It's very exciting. Obviously, he doesn't have what experience does he really have? He doesn't really have it, but which is a bigger risk. But I mean, at this point, you never know. It'll be interesting, eh?
Yeah, you never know indeed. Let me see what else we have here. Vival says only a consortium can think of such schemes. No single person can just my opinion. Yeah, I always like it. People finish something and say just their opinion. It's not about a Pochettino. It's about the people. Both of them. Are they going to let him do his job? Are they going to be in the dressing room looking at players? Shirtless. I don't know where you're going with that. That's hilarious. But I move on. Let's see what else we have here. I mean, imagine if it becomes a Vincent Kompany versus Thomas Frank. At this stage, is just happy to take Vincent Kompany if it really again transpires to that. I hope it doesn't get to that. But let's see what they do. It doesn't matter who comes. You cannot build anything when you're working under control of a stupid destroyers. Wow. These owners are ridiculous. Even Mourinho or Ferguson would have problems working with them. Some people don't like interfering with their job. And I read something, what outlet was actually saying Tuchel got fired a few days after he refused him entry into the dressing room after first half. Hi, everyone in the channel. Sameko Chris, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well. I am hearing that Pochettino is close to be Chelsea coach. Well, don't hold your breath on that. We're hearing that too. Coachella, I dreamt Poch got the job at my workplace and my boss got trust. Oh, man. So this is hilarious, really. How did you come up with that? Maybe you have to translate the dream and tell us what it means. I really want to know. Ferguson will give them the hairdryer treatment at halftime when they trespass the sacred space. No jokes. I think I'm not. I said it myself. I'm not okay with them going into the dressing room after games. If you want to see the players, except if we want to try to do that, just let the manager do his job. You don't want to look like what's the term I'm looking for? Undermining the manager's position or his authority or so, showing that I know you are the more powerful of the two because you own the club. You're one of the owners of the club, but at least do that. Go to the training ground, speak to the players if that's what you want to do. But that's right, when I'm going to bring in AD. But before I do that, if you're watching, we're stuck at 48 likes. Let's get it to 50 and shoot to 100 as soon as possible. Eddie, greetings to you, brother. Again, once more, I want to say thank you for all the updates you've been sending to me. I'm going to meet you after asking the question, and I will meet you. So what I'm saying is this, Eddie, if you can still hear me, your thoughts are, do you think Pochettino is good enough? We're going to talk about the negatives, but let's see, do you think he has what it takes to, to achieve, to take us to where we want to be, given the status of the club, Chelsea? Your thoughts, Eddie?
Hi, Coach. Hi, everyone.
Hi to you too. I was waiting not to respond because I'm getting feedback from your end. Go ahead.
You getting feedback, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. What about now? Is it better now?
I think. Yeah, I'm still getting the feedback. Maybe you have like a YouTube on or something.
No, I don't. No, actually, no, I don't. Do you want me to go out and come back again, or?
But you can speak, but I will just keep quiet as you're speaking.
All right, okay then. About Pochettino, it's quite difficult. I mean, we can't really say. I've read some charts, listened to comments and all, but we can say 100% or categorically state which coach would work with us, which one is going to perform. We can't say. We don't know. And I've said it before when we're discussing. I said the biggest problem we have now is comparison. It's not going to go away because these coaches are available. Nagelsmann is available. Enrique is available. Poch is available. So whichever one we choose out of these three, there's still going to be comparison. They won't go away unless whichever one we select or we pick starts performing straight away. That's the only reason the person is going to survive. If they decide to go with Enrique today, if he doesn't perform and Poch ends up going somewhere else, I'm only just sounding like a broken record. Like it's just repeating the same thing. It's just for us to ensure and think whatever they go with, let us support and hope it works. Because this comparison is not going to go away, and we're going to be divided about who is going to come, who is not going to come, and we cannot hope.
My brother. Hello, bless you, man.
We cannot keep going about, we don't want this, we want this. Who can say, okay, let's take all of us, go and sit on the board now and decide? There's still going to be division. So why not let us say, hopefully, and the problem we're having with this appointment is that these coaches, any of them coming in, is going to be faced with big problem. Because I was looking at Liverpool, when they appointed Klopp built his own team. He built his players, bought his own squad. He bought his own players to build the squad. Ditto for Pep. Pep built his own squad. So, but the new one coming into Chelsea now has players already. He's going to work with what he has now because they are expensive players. They are not players that is going to take out easily. I don't want this, shove him out and buy another player. It's not going to happen. So whoever is coming in, they must be holistic with whoever they are appointing. Look at the young players we bought already that are not easy to shove away because they are on big contract, long-term contract. So they're going to look at that into consideration. They're going to put into consideration who is going to help us develop these players to make them a good team. So when they sit down to decide, and we should not forget this is Chelsea Football Club we're talking about. Also, like someone was saying there, when Pochettino was with Chelsea, we used to beat them. Obviously, when Mourinho was with Tottenham, we used to beat Mourinho as well. So it does not bring down the fact that Poch is a good manager or Nagelsmann is a bad manager. So we just have to sit and move with it. It's going to be difficult. Whatever they take is going to have fans divided. So, but whatever it is, if it's Poch, let it be. I've looked at Poch's managerial career. He has longer experience in terms of management than even Enrique. If Poch was with Southampton, we all saw what he did with Southampton. It's just the same thing. These people made the mistake when we're seeing what Potter was doing with Brighton. They decided to go for Potter. Now, if Poch was still with Southampton, we are looking for manager now. If we can bring back the hands of time and say when he was with Southampton, the way he was performing, he will be in the reckoning for Chelsea job. He will be in the reckoning because what he did with Southampton. Now, we should not forget, he was with Tottenham while they were passing through building their new stadium. Let us mention how many players did they have to work with. Which high-profile player did Poch have with Tottenham to work with? Which high-profile? He was punching above his weight with Tottenham. I am not saying whichever one. I've always said it. We don't know which one is going to be good. We can't tell. It's only when it comes down, oh, it's not working then. I mean, the benefit of hindsight. We now come back and sit here and start castigating and insulting the board. They made a mistake. They've clearly made a mistake with Potter, and they know it. They've made a mistake with Lampard. They know it. So they don't want to make a mistake again. And can they avoid not making this mistake? It's a huge question for them. It's a huge one to answer, because whichever manager they pick today, there's still going to be division. There's still not going to be agreement from the fans and all. Oh, we said it. Why not Enrique? Why Nagelsmann? We should have brought Poch. If we end up not taking this Poch, as we are now saying, no, we don't want Poch. I've said it. If Poch moves to wherever he goes to and start pulling up trees there, we come back here and say, oh, yeah, we had Poch available. They did not do their work very well. Why did they not look at it properly? They should have done the homework. He has Premier League experience. He's done it in the Premier League. He's built this. He was with them when they were building their new stadium. He performed with us. I mean, we still come back and say it. So all we just need to do is let us just be patient. That's all we can do. Let us be patient. We cannot decide for these people to do what they want to do. All we just hope and pray is that let it work for us as for the good of the club. Let us just hope and wish that, whatever appointment they end up, whatever angle they look at it, because there are two sides to a coin. You look at it from this side, I look at it from this side. So let us just hope and pray. Let us hope and believe that this works for us. Whichever, it might be the mystery one they're talking about from somewhere that's going to come and take over. We don't know. We're just thinking, it's going to be Poch. Yes, just yesterday, when I was listening to this show, some were just outrightly discarding Poch. He's not in the reckoning. Forget about it. He's definitely going to be Nagelsmann. But look at it today, 24 hours later. Poch is now like the favorite. He could flip again tomorrow. Poch say, I'm not there anymore. He can't become a new candidate. So we're just going in cycle like. So that's just my own contribution for now.
Yep, thank you so much. You might want to see if you can go out and come back in, because I didn't speak when you were speaking. Otherwise, I'll be getting the feedback. But if you can go back and come back and let's see if it fixes. Let me catch up with what we have to chatting. We look at Poch's his record. We'll talk about it. What he was able to achieve at Spurs. I think we've talked about it at length. But we need context. We need to talk about the positives before we go into what we think are the negatives. We're going to suffer for a few seasons. I hope it's not seasons. I hope it's just this season, because we're capable of making it to be just this season. Please interpret the dream. Chamamba. No, I will not. That one is bigger than me, but I get where you're coming from. I'm not going to do that. Vincent Kompany rumors are starting to be serious. He's also considered as a candidate to take over Jamaica Chris. Yep, after we've talked about that at length. And the truth is, I think they use numbers. If they look at his numbers with Boehly, even with Anderlecht, and it's good enough for them, I think they consider him. Since getting the sack from PSG, Pochettino has been linked with every top club which had a vacant position. Nobody hired him. This team is ticking. This time, again, time. You mean time? I'm not sure. If you meant team, maybe team, because it's a capital letter there. Wow, that's some comments right there. Let's see what we have here. In the dream, I was telling my colleagues if he is able to handle the job, because it's nothing like his previous job. Wow. Again, you started interpreting it. Keep going. Coach, I'm trying to be most supportive of the Poch idea. Even installed his picture of my mother-in-law's desktop background. Why not on your own background? That's not nice, really. Is there any chance of Poch himself pulling out? He needs a job, and I think he'd love the Chelsea job because the talent is there. The sort of talent he likes to work with, young players, very hungry. You could say that under him. I think he'd get the best out of him, but we'll get to that in a bit. If you're watching, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream. We have 48 likes. Let's get it to 50 as soon as possible. Let's try as hard as we can to get it to 100 likes today. We can actually do that, but I'd really appreciate that if we're able to get to 100 likes. Let's see what Thomas says next year. I guess the Chelsea job is harder than what he had at PSG. Harder in the sense that maybe I think the team was already set before he joined them. I think that's the case. I think here's the thing. What else? They had to. I think the issue were there. Was what preceded him, or was the issue? The issue. Let me just say, the issue existed before he joined them, and it still persists till now. It's not like no, it's not like he wasn't able to handle it, and he didn't really do badly. Go check it. But all people are saying is that one season he didn't win he didn't win a league. But he did win it. I think was it his first season or second season that he won it. I don't remember which one. But he did well with them, and in the Champions League also, he wasn't that bad really. That may well be the case, but that's by the way. So IPZ, I'm gonna come back to you now. Let's see. I think Bobby has also spoken. Bobby, when he spoke, he did talk about whether he thinks he's capable or not. His capability isn't his biggest issues, but he thought he has. Again, he did say clearly that he has questions with regards to his capabilities too. But we get to that when we start talking about the negatives. So let's look at this IBZ. I know you're still there. Just on an update. An update, where did it start? Where did the update start? I think it starts from here. This says, again, an update of that was a few minutes ago, actually. Mauricio Pochettino and Chelsea have discussed a time frame for when to take over, which would likely involve a summer start, as well as potential transfers, as his talks to become new manager have reached the next stage. This is not a certainty. This doesn't necessarily mean there you go, he's gotten the job. After all, during interviews, there are, again, not more job for regular job interviews and non-coaching jobs. You have stages where they pick certain candidates and they start narrowing things down to they have two people, and they will also let you know we're considering two of you, but we want to know what makes you the better candidate and all that. So yeah, this says talks have advanced, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's a man at this point. And like Eddie said, listen, he referenced the case of Nagelsmann. We all thought, a lot of people thought that he was most likely going to become the next Chelsea manager, and that didn't happen. So that may well still happen in the case of Pochettino. So this says, while it's not certain that the Argentine will be appointed at Stamford Bridge, the discussions have been more advanced than at least one of the other candidates. Full article there if you want to read it. And the article in question is linked to it is on what website there? Independent.co.uk if you're interested in reading the article. So yeah, to me, like I said before, even before I read this one here, that doesn't mean that he's gotten the job, if that makes sense. Let me see what else we have in the chat here.
Coach,
this says,
man. Coach, I gotta go.
Sorry?
But big up everyone. I'm gonna head off.
All right, brother. Thank you so much for finding the time to join.
Like my final thoughts, I don't know, I forgot his name, but he just said everything. It we just had to just stick
Eddie, it's my Niger bro, like you.
Yeah, man. He just articulated it spot on. Like it could be that mystery man. It could be anyone. Let's just let's support the new gaffer that comes because it's not going to be easy. It really isn't. And blowing against the wind doesn't change anything. Exactly. So let's just ride the tide, and whoever comes in, we just give it support and just see. Hopefully, he gets the job done. So yeah, I'll catch you guys in a bit, Coach. You take it easy, man. Bobby, big up.
All right, bro. I always appreciate you finding time to join us on the panel.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I slept well with assurance that Julian Nagelsmann was gonna come now. Come now. Now, okay, was gonna come. Now my position has changed. We'll sleep well tonight with assurance that Poch is going to come. With hindsight, my expectation standard has fallen. You have to adapt to the situation, and you're doing that quite well. Because the first comment I got from you was that you're done with this owners. Now you're falling into place, saying okay, you'd rather Nagelsmann to what's his name, Vincent Kompany, former Man City player. And in Belgium, former Belgium captain too. After a while, no elite manager would not accept working at Chelsea. No one takes Chelsea seriously anymore. Even teenage boy has more mature acts than Todd Boehly. Wow, that is some statement. And one thing I can agree with you is this. I think a lot of elite managers do shy away where they're not sure the direction at which the club is going. Because right now, I get it. We have a vision. They've installed some people. They hired some high-profile, the best hands, if you could argue that. But the fact still remains there's no clarity as to where we're headed. Where we are at the table also is an issue. Lots of managers will not take the job because we don't have Champions League football. Let's face it. Although they will not come out and say that. Some managers like Jose Mourinho, who loves the club deep down, would say, no worries, I'll take it. But we'll get there next year. And probably he would cherish that opportunity because, believe me, he'd win the Premier League next season if you can sign him one player or two just to balance the squad out. But thank you for saying that. Do you see what this consortium is doing to me? It's called settle for less. It doesn't matter. It's live. Yeah. Yeah, that's live. Yeah, the boys gave it all. Leave them. I'm just going to leave the man alone. Yes, people, if you're watching 49 likes, let's get the likes up. Let's get it to 50 and shoot for 100 likes. I think we still have about an hour or so. By the way, and today is Saturday also. So nothing. I'm not going anywhere except if I'm the one to go prepare the breakfast for my boys. Just give me a minute. I want to check something. I think it looks like we have an update here. That's what I want to check quickly. Yeah, just give me a second. I thought I did see an update here from this guy here. Let's see if there's a new update. It's just about Pochettino again. And also, I know somebody already talked about that news in the chat, which says Diego Moreira has signed up for Chelsea, is out of contract at the end of the season, and will leave Benfica. So probably that was the reason why they decided to sell him to us. I hope he's good enough. And the signings show me what I make of it is that I don't think we'll be spending that much money, especially for strikers in the summer. Because some of these players, you can say they are old enough to be part of the first team if they're good enough. If that makes sense. Just give me a second. I'll come back to you. I think I'm going to start with AD, but I want to check something. I'm following the women's game to see the result, how well they're doing. Okay, still 1-0. Let me see who's playing better stats here. Just quickly, 40-60, the Barcelona team to keep the ball. Total shots for the shots are pretty much balanced. But I'm moving from that. I'm going to come to you, Eddie. Let's look at how good Poch is really, because a lot of people don't give him credit. You were the one that sent that to me. But beyond the numbers, I think we can say he overachieved that as Tottenham manager. Took him to the Champions League final, and I think a few other finals too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Plus, at the time, at one point, they nearly won the Premier League. Let's say Chelsea actually ranked Mauricio Pochettino above Julian Nagelsmann from the get-go of the head coach as such, amid previous interest in the Argentine. Okay, here's the thing I want us to look at here. This says Pochettino improves young players. I totally agree with that, given his time at Tottenham, at Southampton, and even at Tottenham also, he did develop a lot of some young players too. Overseeing a squad overhaul. Where did that happen? Was that at Tottenham? Manager upwards. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of that point there. Won trophies. Yeah, not quite a lot, but he's won a few. Premier League and Champions League experience, and he did well in the Champions League with the little he had. You could say less than impressive Tottenham squad. Managed through a stadium rebuild. Okay, I guess that's a point too. Charismatic. He ticks every box I can think of. For Chelsea, I don't see why Tottenham past would be an issue. To me, it's not an issue. Like I said, I think that issue isn't with every Chelsea fan, but it is mostly with those that are deeply, you can say, well embedded in the culture of, just beyond the rivalry, if I want to say, if I'm allowed to put it that way. Eddie, I'm going to come to you. Your thoughts on these points listed here. I'm going to just add to it. I'm not just going to say Premier League versus Champions League experience. I'm just going to say he led them to the Champions League. And correct me if I'm wrong, when they're beaten by just a lone goal in that Champions League final, correct me if I'm wrong, And also, they were close to winning the Premier League, and we ruined it for them. And we had the better squad. I don't think it's a Butler. If we had a squad that that could at the time was able to measure the level at which Chelsea played at the point, maybe they would have won the league too. But Eddie, your thoughts on this point are listed here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it that he can develop young players. We've seen it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he brought back Harry Kane and developed him to what he is now. I think so. And he signed a Song. He brought Dele Alli to limelight. So you can go on. And then I think it will be very easy for him because we've got loads of young players in the squad that needs to be developed. These players need to be developed. So I think he's a manager that can wrap his hand around players to get the best out of them. He doesn't throw them under the bus. He talks when he needs to talk. So we don't know if he's, because I think I don't want to be comparing managers. Like I said earlier, we don't need to compare because if we start comparing, you definitely have flaws on both sides if you want to compare one to the other. All we just need to do is that I've said it before, and I think I wrote something again on it in the chat. Maybe something I wasn't on the show. I said they just need to be very, very meticulous in the appointment. They have to be very, very sure of what they're doing this time. They know it as well. I don't think they'll be that stupid to get it wrong again. I mean, they know clearly, even if they don't admit it, it was a mistake getting rid of Tuchel. It was a mistake bringing in Potter. It was a mistake as well bringing in Lampard. So you can see the mistakes keep piling up for them, and they are aware of this. They wouldn't shy away from the fact that fans are not happy about what is happening now and the direction the club is going. But at the end of the day, that's why I said earlier, I said we have to just hope that they get it right. I mean, if we decide to sit here now and say, let us start analyzing these managers, I mean, we'll decide, even if we're only two of us talking now, between me and you alone, we say we'll definitely have areas where we don't agree. And so if the areas where they think, all of them will have their limitations, like in terms of manager, but they will look at which one better suits what they have now going forward. So for me, I don't want to look at the fact that, it's ties with Spurs and all. I mean, let us just bring it down now. If Harry Kane decides now, say we can get Harry Kane, how many fans will say no because he played for Spurs? Let us be honest. How many fans will say no, we don't want Harry Kane because he was ex-Spurs player? You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people say bring him.
Yeah, a lot of people will say bring him because that's what we need. So at the same time, Pochettino, according to what I read, they said even when they considered Potter, they considered him as well. But for whatever reason, Boehly and others just decided it was Potter. Whatever yardstick they use in looking at whatever criteria they use in reaching the agreement that it was Potter, we don't know. But they said Poch was actually considered then. So definitely it must have been in the reckoning since then. They would have been looking at him, and he's free as well to come in. Premier League experience, even though some people say no, what does Premier League experience have to do about it? It does. It does. It helps him it gives him that a step ahead of others, like a step ahead of Enrique, a step ahead of Nagelsmann, in terms of knowing what the Premier League is all about. You know what I mean? He knows what to expect. He knows what to get. He knows how to operate it. People are talking about, Klopp didn't have Premier League experience when he came in. Pep didn't have Premier League experience when he came in. So we look at it from all those angles. But for what we, as a club now, I think we need somebody. We can't afford to have somebody who will just be adjusting to the Premier League, trying to understand the Premier League. Why? I mean, next season is going to be tougher than this season. There are so many clubs coming into the reckoning now, and all we want to do is the minimum finish top 4. And if we're talking about finishing top 4, it's going to be maybe 8 clubs might be involved next season now, seeking for top 4. So we can see how hard it is that we cannot afford to allow a manager that will be understanding his trade while points are being lost, while we are losing ground on others for next season. So if it's
which is
for me,
why I argue we should just at that moment put the so-called project up again, bring it, put it aside at the moment and stabilize the ship and sell to whatever we want to go. But go ahead with what you were saying.
exactly. I actually listened to you when you made the assertion, when you made this talk like this, when you said if we want to really do it, let's forget about the project for now and bring back the old ants, the winner, even if it's Ancelotti, even if it's Mourinho. Exactly, I quite agree with that because we need to first go back to what we are used to. Chelsea Football Club is used to winning, being in the reckoning title. We chase the title, we chase top four week year in year out. But this season now, it looks as if we are far behind, and we don't even see. There's no clear picture showing us that yes, we will be in the reckoning next season if we don't get it right with the manager. That's why I said if they knew that it was going to be the rest of this season had been written off according to them, it would have been the new manager. I would have loved the new manager to come in right now. Right now, when Potter was sacked, if it had been the manager being in charge now, it gives him that picture to understand the squad, to understand what to do, so that he uses this period as a period of cooling off. Is it cooling off, whatever I want to do? I don't know what to say. Use it to understand, okay, this is what I want to do by next season, rather than bringing the manager in. I mean, he has to talk about transfers. He has to talk about players, because by now they were talking about linking to players. If Poch does not want player A that is being linked to Chelsea now, he has to say it quickly. I don't want this profile. Get me this profile. Get me this. Rather than going to sign the players or going deep into negotiation with that player and he ends up coming and it's not his own type of player. So all these things we need to really consider and understand that we are really in dire strait. Like, we need to quickly take decisions to understand that we need to correct what is happening. It's not good enough. So, I mean, for me, all these things that have been marked for him, except the one you said, overhauling of squad, I can't really understand where that came from. I don't know. Are they referring to Southampton? They're referring to Espanyol when he was manager.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's Here's something you said that makes sense. I think the club, I think they've been looking beyond the pedigree of a manager and finding out whether the manager will be willing to work what the players have signed already. Because it's not going to be easy making too many changes. You spend 600 million plus signing players. I don't think they'd be going into agreement with any manager that would want them to change even half of those players they've signed, because it's going to be it's going to broaden the issues, if that makes sense. You made that point. I say yes, that's a very strong point. I think that's something they'll be looking at. They'll be looking at manager who's able and who will be willing to work with. They have already maybe a few signing, 1, 2, 3 signings here and there, just to balance things up, and not to come and say, I don't want player A, B, C, Z, D to, I think they will shy away from that, because we're already I think you could say we haven't balanced the books. That's maybe a better way to phrase it. But thank you for always joining the panel. I'll come back to you in a bit. Let me just catch up on what we have in the chat. It says, behold, this is consultant PR machine, Matlaw. You could say that really suggestive and manipulation of the highest order, eroding your standards, and at the same time using a PR machine telling you what is good for you. Look at it, ticks every box. But some of the things that I agree with. The Champions League, I actually phrased it differently. The fact that he led them to a Champions League final with a less than impressive squad. You could say he was ill-equipped. Actually, he overachieved that spot. That's the truth. Introduction to consultant stuff. You've said that already. And all sports fan Adam, big up to you, brother. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. He says, Kompany tore up a Burnley squad and got them playing stellar football and has first-hand experience of Pep Arteta football. Do we want to be temporary or odd a trophy here and there? Again, if so, go for Poch. I get your argument with regards to Vincent Kompany, but we'll talk about him in a bit. I always like to read your opinions, Adam. But thank you for joining today. Not sure Poch couldn't handle PSG that well. This squad needs a ruthless rebuilding and big decisions. Even if this squad needs a rebuilding, it's not going to be in the coming window. I told you, I just talked about how much they spent overall in 2 transfer windows. I don't think they will go down that path of starting a rebuild again. Are we going to be rebuilding every year? If you get my argument, a Roman Empire says, I think a Poch will come and do a good job. I believe that too, but my issue lies somewhere else. Well, let me say my issues lie somewhere else. I know he didn't win anything at Spurs, but guys, that Spurs we're talking about here, even both Mourinho and Conte failed to win trophies. So, yeah, maybe it's not him. Maybe it was the club. And again, that's a good argument there. Vivell should get sacked too. It's another year finishing below at 8. Here's the thing. I don't think anything that has happened is Vivell's fault. I think we had Graham Potter in place before we signed him, so he wasn't part of that decision. So the issue existed before he joined us. So it wouldn't make any sort of sense to unload the consequences on him, if that makes sense. If you're watching, people, if you haven't taken a second, drop a like on the stream. Thank you for 53 likes. That's not easy. Hopefully by the time we round off the show, we get to 100 likes. That would be great. So keep dropping the likes on the stream, and also do share the stream on whatever social media platform where you have presence, so that more people can join us, because this is an excellent discussion, actually. Maybe such a rookie mistake can be averted if they decided to let our 3 directors take charge. Maybe they've been in charge, we don't know, but I get your argument. Let's see, coach, but it's Poch. Is Poch the best option? Given the options we know, given that the only options we know at this point is Pochettino and Vincent Kompany, he's the best option in terms of experience. If we had Nagelsmann, I'd say Nagelsmann probably, for me, in my opinion, the best option. If we had Enrique, Nagelsmann, Pochettino, add Marcelo Gallardo, also add Vincent Kompany, add every other manager you have out, but maybe, but without Flick, Enrique is my first choice. With Flick included, Flick is my first choice. With Mourinho included, right now, I'd say Mourinho my first choice, because even Enrique and what's his name, Enrique and Flick, as much as I like him, both are also unknown. But Jose Mourinho, he's done it in the Premier League twice with Chelsea. So why not give him why not we experience Mourinho 3.0? So I know he won't last 4 years, but that's fine. But at least he will help us stabilize the ship, if that makes sense. Yeah, let's see what we have. But Louis Rivera, always nice to see you. Coach, there are so many games to play. We basically know everything about any manager by studying their games. That's the truth. If you follow a manager, you get to understand how they play, their preferred approach to football. What is so revealing in these interviews that they keep repeating in many stages. That's hilarious. I don't know. Really, I don't even know what sort of question. I don't even know the construct of the interview itself, let alone what questions are being asked. But I think I understand your point. Who is the unnamed candidate? Is it Ancelotti? No, the so-called unnamed or Mourinho. We're told is currently working in a perceived, you could say, lesser league. So I think something to that effect. That's how it is phrased. So you wouldn't say La Liga is a lesser league. No. You wouldn't say, yeah, I think it wouldn't make sense to argue that the Serie A is a lesser league. No, I wouldn't say that. So we're not sure who the person is, and that is actually if there's if the unnamed mystery candidate does exist. Maybe it's just the Twitter journalists trying to make it more interesting so that people. But it's been fun talking about it. Really, we weren't able to figure out anybody who would think it is really. But good question, Chama. I think Poch will come in and do a great job. I know he didn't. Yeah, I think you said that. That's a repeat. Roman Empire. I'm happy Todd Boehly admitted at an event that mistakes had been made in his first year at Chelsea. I hope he gets it right this time around. Here's the thing: why I liked the fact that he admitted that they've made mistakes. It's a good sign. It just shows because as my dad used to say, 50% of solving a problem is admitting a problem exists. Even more than 50%, actually, if you ask me. I'd say 70%. That's how I see it. But if I hope that analogy makes sense to you. Recognize you have a problem, and then yeah, you start solving the problem. So for him to have stated clearly that they made a mistake, it's a good development, which means they have to work to rectify that mistake, and they will never allow repeat such mistake. For instance, I'm seeing something that shows me truly they're learning. They're not in a rush to select and appoint a manager, even though they could have done that with the Champions League in mind. Just the way they didn't repeat the mistake of hiring a manager immediately, just like they did when they sacked Thomas Tuchel and immediately hired Graham Potter, and then it turns out it was a huge mistake. So that shows the learning. I'm happy he said that too. It shows humility too, even though they're billionaires. He doesn't have to say it, but he said it. He could be working on rectifying them, on solving the problems behind the scenes, but he doesn't have to come out and say it in a place where people will get to know he admitted they made a mistake. Unnamed candidate is Bobby. Unnamed candidate may well be. We don't know. How about? I don't think. I was thinking it was Frank Lampard until I saw one of the clues saying the person currently manages in a perceived lesser league, if that makes sense. So why are you rewriting your comments? Yeah, good question. Choma asked them. Let me see, Choma. I wanted to make you a managing moderator. Actually, I don't know if I've done that, but let me see if I haven't. I'll do that. So I'd have to remove a standard moderator, then come back to you again. Where's Choma? And make you a managing moderator. Okay, go back to Choma. Add as moderator, managing moderator. Okay, Choma, you have more power now to handle situations, so I appreciate you accepting that and always helping to keep the channel civil, the conversation civil. Big up Kachila, the panel, and everyone in the chat, DJ. So always nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Obina Dialakwe. I think I know the meaning of that, but I'm not going to talk about it now. Big up to you, brother. Thank you so much for finding the time to join in the show. And if you haven't, be sure to like the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much for joining. And his question is, I think Chelsea should go for Kompany instead. Wow, some argument. Can you elaborate as to why you want a Kompany is your preference? Bobby introduced on Sky Sports with a blue turtleneck. Okay, let's see if that happens. Daniel Matome says, I believe Kompany will implement a great strategy for Chelsea to go back to winning ways. At the moment, Chelsea needs someone like Vincent Kompany. He will do what he did with Boehly. Okay, let's see if that happens. In latest episode of Bad Performance, Ted Lasso gave his team a day off so they can refresh by visiting red light district of Hudson. Do you agree that Potter should have tried such techniques? No. Sorry, I'm not agreeing to that. But we move on from that. I would be okay for Vincent Kompany if the option becomes Vincent Kompany versus Thomas Frank. Yeah, shaking my head too. The unnamed candidate has to be Brendan Rodgers. Is he managing again in a lesser, in a perceived lesser league? So I don't think it's Brendan Rodgers. He knows the club well. Being in charge of the under-21, so during Jose Mourinho time reign at the club. Plus, he knows the Premier League. But there are some of the hints that says clearly, you can say it isn't him. I am honored, Kachila. Thank you for trusting me. I should. For you've been here for a while, and I've seen all your comments in the chat, and nothing derogatory. I hate to try to say that word. Okay. You know what? You don't use bad words. Now moving from that. I hate trying to say that word. But that's by the way. We're moving from that. So Eddie, let's come to you. Let's talk about Vincent Kompany. So if you have anything else to say with regards to Pochettino, and Bobby, if you're there, if you have anything else to say with regards to the possibility of Pochettino becoming the next manager you're welcome to say that. So I'll wait. Eddie, you have anything to say? Or you, Bobby? Anything else to say with regards to Mauricio Pochettino? I'm guessing no. Okay. If you're in the chat, your thoughts, any final thoughts on Pochettino? Coach, is Porter's lawyer busy today in interview? Maybe Roger's trying to get the Chelsea job, but remember, being a panelist here is not an obligation. It's not a given. People have they have a life. They have all this aspect of all the things they do. That they have to take care of. So whenever time allows, they do join the stream. So yeah, and I appreciate that so much. So, Roger probably busy today, but more importantly, I hope he's okay. Let's see. Porter's lawyer probably busy with something. No, Thomas Frank. No. I hate saying the second name. Really, let me just call it. I don't know. It's his two names are weird, especially if the first name sounds somehow and then followed by the other one. And no to trophyless. Yes, ma'am. Manager, just no. I need experience. I want an established name to help us stabilize the ship, and we can sell to whatever direction we want to go. Yes, people, 59 likes get it to 60, and if you haven't, please do take a second, drop a like on the stream, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes to go along with company's team are physical, exactly what Chelsea needs, not a mediocre. Wow, I think I need to see his team. I need to see a company's team play because I haven't really watched them. If he did find a way to balance physicality, physical presence in his team, and also technicality, because I know he probably most likely prefers that, then respect to him, really. So let me see something else that AD sent to me here. I will try to, let me just try and open it on the main screen here. So if you're in the chat, I want to get your thoughts, anything you want to say more about Pochettino before we move on to the topic, our next topic. On the bright side, we might get to see Enzo in a 4-2-3-1 structure consistently. Is that 4-2-3-1? Is that Pochettino's preferred structure? I really want to know. I haven't paid attention to that at all. So if that's the case, just let me know. So let me see what else do you have here. Something if we have something else to address here. Just quickly. I'll be back with you, and let me read this while I wait for that page to load. This says maybe this channel can do watch along on maybe one of these managers' game, and then break down the tactics. Not when they're not on the job, except if we're going to find a recorded game and find a way to watch it together. I think it's really difficult. None of them are on the job right now, if that makes sense. But let's see what happens. This year, Coach Poch was invited by somebody to Amsterdam for a refresher course in interview techniques. Can I borrow your camera for what today? Oh, yeah, sure. Hit me up after the show, and I'll surely lend one to you. If you're watching, if you haven't, please keep dropping the likes on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And Chalma here says, and if you're in the chat, if you have any questions, drop it. We'll be glad to try to answer the question. Chalma says, Kachila, the Chelsea women team are playing with Barcelona today in the Champions League. Yeah, and we're losing 1-0. I think they scored, and the goal was disallowed. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not watching it. Co-sporting director Paul Winstanley and Stewart are leading the process of finding a manager. I want the fans to stop scapegoating Boehly. I agree with you. And like I've always said, sometimes the commentary in most cases actually doesn't make any sort of sense. So we should stop calling names and be objective, at least if we're going to judge them. Let's see. Yep, I'm going to read two things that I find interesting. I think it actually reinforces what I thought was the case, really. But just give me a second. I'll get a few seconds. I'll get to you guys here. Two things I saw popped up here. And if if you have any question you'd like us to address, go ahead, shoot for it, and we'll be glad to do that. I promise you. Let me see. I really want to open this tweet here. Is this a tweet? Okay, it's something on Bleacher Report. Maybe we can find a way to look at that too. Let's see what else we have. Yep, I've read that one. And my bro, the Lord, always nice to see you, bro. I hope you're doing well. Yes, people, keep dropping the likes on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. That directors are looking at our negotiations. It's a smooth screen. Can someone tell me what was Boehly doing in Bayern's negotiating Barry and Nagelsmann? I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of it. But I think he can be part of the process. I'm not sure what to make of it. Like I said, declared in the house. Yep. Some respect to you, declared. What we have here, Kompany just got promoted. He won't abandon his team and take this job. And it's again, he'd have to be, he'd have some what? How do I phrase it? Some super duper. He'd have to be some duper duper confident chap to say, you know what, I think I'm ready for the Chelsea job. That's just the truth. We haven't heard that he's been interviewed. So all we've heard is that they consider him. So I think we may well just forget about him, but we have to talk about him in case you never know. Because these owners, I've learned that they can at any time do anything they want. I think the board will settle for Poch. Maybe Chimera. I know it's nice to see you. That's a solid argument there. Poch may well be the man declared. I really do not mean to laugh too much about that, but it's funny, really, the way John puts it. We move on from that. Look at the updates we have here. Let's see if let me see if this is clear here. Yep, I think we can use that. But let's start with this. This one here. Where's the first one? Oh, okay. Yeah, just something with regards to the Nagelsmann issue here. Like at first when we talked about him, I thought there must have been something he didn't like, or his vision and that of the club must not align. And yeah, we see that Julian Nagelsmann ultimately had doubts about the setup he would be joining and decided to pull out on Thursday. And that's according to the Athletic. But nobody knows if that's the truth. Let's see what else we have there. Okay, declared correct that he says to Choma yourself, don't mind me. Okay, big up, that's the way to correct it. Big up your girl. It depends on how Choma sees you calling her my girl. I don't know. Big up. Okay, Choma yourself. You identified yourself as female. Wow. I don't know where we're going with that. Female is female, and the name from the name I knew. Yeah, because that name is of Nigerian origin, so I was able to tell that's a female talking. But sometimes I've seen some males with that name, but that's by the way. Please, enough of the male-female thing. Chelsea women, the spelling you used there is hilarious. Okay, yeah, from Chama. Let's see what Obin says here. Pachula, Chelsea spoke with Kompany over 3 hours, according to reports. Wow, it's really getting serious. So this says, let's finish with Pochettino and then we'll go to Kompany. This says Julian Nagelsmann, I think I've read that, ultimately had doubts about the setup. Yeah, I've read that one. Eunice talks football with a response here saying it's actually mad that even with Christopher Vivell there to work with, Nagelsmann still withdrew. He must have seen a madness to be turned off like that. Wow, that is some statement there. Let's see what else we have here. There you go, 3 hours. What do they do in those rooms? Maybe he has some. Why do we ask? Why do you ask Vivel CFC? Why did you ask that question? That's leading to such conversations in the chat. This says, there you go, 3 hours. Well, I don't know what they asked them. Maybe he had a special presentation that he had to present what he can do with the club. So if that happened, which means, more importantly, if that happened indeed, it simply means that Vincent Kompany himself is interested in the job. If that makes sense. Let me see this. I want to look at this. And then it says that 3 most important changes Mauricio Pochettino has brought to Tottenham. So, yeah, good thing. That was in 2016, an article, 2016 article. Let's see the 3 changes. If we can find them. Youth, yep, Dele Ali then. He was the one that polished him into the player he was before. Now he's in a terrible run of form. 2, resilience. Yep, that's the truth. Those are great points. Any other thing? That flair too. Yeah, because they play good football. So these are all excellent points. But I'm still, I will not resist the attempt. I'm still going back to say what he was able to achieve at Sports, even though they didn't have the best squad in the league. If that makes sense. So Eddie, coming to you. Anything else you want to add to the Poch talk before we move on? I'm going to ask Bobby too. Or Bobby, if you're there, if you have anything, yeah, go ahead, Eddie. Once you're done, I'll bring in Bobby.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with Bobby. Eddie, maybe you have to go out and come back in because the feedback is still coming. Okay, Bobby, you go ahead.
Okay. What's this about? Nagelsmann again, or?
No, we're just saying your thoughts. Any final thoughts with the discussion with regards to the possibility of Poch becoming the next manager? We also did. Let me show you this in case so you just more like the context of where we are. We talked about his achievements. Where's that one there? This is from. Forget about who this is from. He improves young players. We know that, and I know you can attest. You agree to that too. Overseeing squad overall. I don't know that. I don't know why he did that. Manages upwards versus well. Not sure what to make of that one. 1 trophies, not too many. I wouldn't have added that, but at least it's 1. Premier League and Champions League experience. He did well in the Champions League, given he had, again, a less than impressive squad. He was ill-equipped, yet he was able to achieve a lot with them. So I say he underachieved. Managing through stadium rebuild, I don't think this is of any importance. Charismatic? Yes, I think he's charismatic. But your thoughts with regards to again what he because I don't know if you agree he achieved something at Sport. He may not have won a trophy, but you go ahead, Bobby.
Oh, Pochettino?
Yeah.
As I said, I'm underwhelmed by Pochettino. These don't really feel like interesting times at all. I think Pochettino, I'm yet to really see anything to excite me. I'd love to be wrong if he's coming, but it's underwhelming. Underwhelming stuff indeed. He's mediocre. I just can't see, I don't see this person as a winner. It just feels like another Potter appointment.
So okay. Thank you. So I don't know, Eddie, anything else you have to say with regards to the possibility of Pochettino becoming the next Chelsea manager, or should I move on? Your talk.
No, let's move on. I have nothing to say again about it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for meeting Eddie. We're still getting the feedback, but if you mute, it stops. If another person isn't talking, we don't hear anything. Did they report on why Nagelsmann didn't take the job? Someone's saying he wanted control of the transfer. It's everywhere, but we're not. There's no certainty with regards to the reason why he pulled out. But I think we'll find out, but maybe not right now. Coach, now I understand Boehly is collecting all these presentations from interviews, which will come in handy when Boehly is in the dugout next season. You think he's going to become the man, try to handle the team himself? Let's see what we have here. This is getting to Bobby. You can say that he loves Chelsea that much, so I don't think he's happy with the whole thing. Yes, people, 62 likes, which means we need 38 more to get it to 100, and we can do that by the time the show ends. So if you haven't, please take a second, drop a like on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much. The likes do go a long way. Let's see what we have next. In fact, I've heard a journalist say here, and Potter has a similar personality. Him and Potter has a similar personality. I think that's what you meant to type there. Yeah, in the sense that they don't talk too much, but I think it's the more vocal of the two. On the touchline, at least, I'm not sure how he is in the dressing room. Do we have the Amazon? What's it called again? That show that presents the coaches, follow the coach in the dressing room and the training ground and all that. Do we have anything on Amazon with regards to Poch? Did they shoot any? I'm not sure. I'm not going to get into that right now. Poch took Spurs to the Champions League final, and he has consistently maintained the top four. Let's not compare him to Potter and Lampard. That's major disrespect. I think, I would agree with you on that one. It's called. So I'm going to come to you. We'll move on to this guy here. I couldn't even find a picture of him as a manager. I know there are a few out there, but the platform that I use, because I like it to make sure the images I'm using are licensed. I don't just pick one from Google. AD, I'm going to start with you. And we've heard that he was interviewed for 2 hours. And if he gave him audience, or if he graced an interview, if he was invited, but for one, it simply shows he's interested in the job. I get the argument that he just got promoted with Boehly, but if he is confident in his ability, with his ability to handle a club such as Chelsea, to me, he wouldn't say no to that. So it sounds like he said yes. He's part of the process. But your thoughts, do you think it's good enough, or do you think it's a huge risk? To me, I think it's an even, you can say, I think it's an even bigger risk than the case of Graham Potter. But your thoughts, Eddie, if you're still there.
I think it's a bigger risk, to be honest. But if we look at it from a different angle, Arteta never coached any football club before he went to Arsenal. And agree or not, he's doing very well now. But this lad is coached Anderlecht and now with Burnley. And he actually transformed the style of play from what we used to know Burnley under Sean Dyche. He transformed the style of play. Very attacking, play very good football, press very well. Like somebody said, they mix it, physicality and good football, tactically. And I mean, he's done very well for the short career he's had. But for him to even, if it is true, they even sat down to discuss the possibility of taking a Chelsea job, and kudos to him. Because, I mean, when we talk about Chelsea, he's been a big time player, so he won't be faced with players, big egos in the dressing room, because he's been the captain of Manchester City. He's won with them. So I would have said from that angle of being a young coach, he would have been faced, or he would not be able to have control over the dressing room. But that's not the case, because he's been a big manager. And then Chelsea's dressing room now is not, we don't have too many old players, in quotes, like, I mean, players that are like, we have predominantly young players that will listen and respect him. But for me, at this time that we are, I don't think it's part of what I said before. We don't have that time to gamble. You know, it might be, that's exactly where I said before. If they decide, say, for the sake of this talk, they decide, say, okay, it's Kompany, and it comes in and start doing very well. I mean, nobody can say it can't do well. But we tend to look at it, say, oh, if we put all of them on the table, he's going to come bottom. He's going to, from the people that have been linked with Chelsea, Nagelsmann, Enrique, Pochettino, and all, it won't be top, but it might be the best to get the best. If you know what I'm trying to say, that tells us that we really don't know. We really don't know. I mean, if we're looking at him saying he had interview with them, I mean, they must have been impressed with what he has to say, or what he had to say to them. So for me, looking at the style of play is implemented for Burnley is something that you can think, if he's able to juxtapose that, if he's able to translate that and bring that into Chelsea and the winning mentality that is brought to them, I mean, why not? But is that the person we need now? Is a big question.
Wow. I'll come back to you. If you don't, can you mute whenever I'm talking because the feedback comes when I'm talking. Or if you're using earpiece, can you try not to use earpiece? I think that usually causes that feedback. Everything or nothing. Everything or nothing. Yeah, something to that effect. Or was it nothing at all? starting starting Arsenal. I like that one
All or
too.
nothing.
All or nothing. Yeah,
It's
all or
not
nothing.
all or
That's the
nothing.
correct name. Yeah, but I like the remix there. He's having a dig at Arsenal by saying, or was it not, or was it, let me see this one there from Vivel, or was it nothing at all, starring Arsenal? Yeah, that's a good one. Actually, I felt, even though I wasn't happy, I felt better that Arsenal drew. Of course, Vincent Kompany is good enough, coach. Hold on, let me finish. Good enough in comparison to Thomas Frank. And that name, that last name you mentioned, I hate saying it. Even the first name followed by what the second one, pronouncing them both sounds like something as well. We'll move on from that. Here's the thing. There's a first for everything, but I don't want it to get to the extent that we'll take a risk of hiring Vincent Kompany. Like I've mentioned before, it's an even, it would be a much bigger risk than what that ground butter turned out to be. If you're watching people who are 62 likes, we need 38 more to get it to 100. We can actually do that by the time the show ends. And today is Saturday. The conversation is still flowing. We can still go for a while. A good day, everyone. Good day to you, Supreme Court. I haven't seen you in a while. Do let me know that you're doing well. I want to know. I wanted Vincent Kompany's volley. Again, I watched Vincent Kompany's volley play against Manchester City in the FA Cup. Okay, how did they play? Chama, you haven't said that. I don't know what's going on at this club anymore. Lots of us are confused. They are good, but Man City manhandled them though, which means Man City, they had better players. So, yeah, it remains to be seen how well he does with that particular team in the Premier League because the quality in the Premier League, you can say miles above ahead the quality in the Championship. Poch also won that French Cup with PSG after leaving Spurs. He just couldn't handle the big egos at the club. With regards to that, I'm going to say the issue existed before they hired him, and the issue persists till date. If you've been following PSG's stories, didn't he win League R? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he won League R and won one of the trophies. This is called experimenting. You can say that's the case. I think it's too early for Vincent Kompany to take on the job. I think so too. It's a risk. What am I? Okay, it's saying. Let me look at that again. Let me look at Pochettino trophies to be sure, so I'm not mixing things up here. Before I get to that, but Choma, I think I agree with you. Vincent Kompany ball looks good. Give him a go. No, we're not here to experiment like that anymore. Thank you for letting me know you're good. And Zubairu Rahman says, started from Tuchel, now we're here. Started from Tuchel, now the whole team are flopping. Started from Tuchel, now, yeah, it's Drake. Yeah, I get it. Kompany's anti team played some decent football, but weren't much of winners for his time there. Transforming Bali is great, but it's not that difficult with a team that just got relegated. I think you could argue the same too. Poch lost the League One title. Wow, to Lille. I didn't know that, but I'll check what he's won. Jason Pierce says, Macho Man, we've got to hire a Macho Man. Who? Name one. Even Norwich played attractive football in the Championship under 5. Under what's that brother too? Norwich is known for playing good football. We should see how Kompany develops. Yeah, we'll wait. I wouldn't risk it. Let's see what we have here. What else do we have? Vincent Kompany is a winner. Do I think he's a winner? Yes, he has that mentality. And what I like the most about him, I've seen the video of him speaking to his players. You don't want to be in that dressing room if you're the reason why, if you feel like you're the reason why they didn't do well in the half before, or maybe before the game ended. I think I like such manager with such authority when they speak. But I think he needs time. Let me see, Pochettino. I wanted to check something here to be sure what Pochettino has won. Give me a second. I need my glasses here. I'll get to you guys in a bit. Just give me 1 second. I don't want to see the old boys trophies. All right, what do we have? Accept all. Yep, Pochettino, he has 1 League R trophy. Yep, a French champion. That's what League R is called? Yep, 1 that, and then he has also have French Cup winner 1. Yep, and also French Super Cup winner 2021. Yeah, he won three trophies there. So he won League R. Maybe one of the seasons he lost to one of the teams you're talking about. I don't know if I'm being misled there, but what I looked up online. Yeah, he's a winner, but he has to prove himself as a manager. Here's the thing. I think we've gone beyond the point of, again, where we're at right now. This is me repeating myself because it's important we say that. I think that would be the owners, unfortunately, looks like the candidates we're seeing. I don't think the focus, maybe not necessarily, the focus isn't necessarily to stabilize the ship. But with Pochettino, you could say he's capable of stabilizing the ship. But with Vincent Kompany, there's no guarantee it can. But never say never. He may well come in and do a good enough job. But I don't like to believe that he's the man to come in and stabilize the ship so that we can sail to wherever we want to go, if that makes sense. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, if you haven't. Yeah, let's move for it. Virtual oats, again, to somebody having conversation there in the chat. You signed that so beautifully. All right, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Zubairu Rahman. Let's see what we have. Zinedine Zidane. He's not being considered. Not at all. Do I believe that any of the players listen to things Poch had to say? No. Those players manage themselves, and the manager is for the formality. Wow. At PSG, yeah, I believe that. At PSG, I believe that. Because PSG, you can say ego has always been one of the issues there. They're fighting that again. I think they have the man battle, I call it, between Neymar, Mbappe, and there was also what's his name also? I'm missing one name there. Leo Messi. Yeah, who's man? And it seems as if Messi, he has a better relationship with Neymar than he does with Mbappe. So that's how again, the issue of predated that is the tenure of predates the tenure of what's his name, Mauricio Pochettino. Even the coaching recruitment is downhill, like the team from Enrique to Nagelsmann to Poch and company. These club owners, like somebody said, they're taking their time. They don't want to repeat the mistake they've made before. Yep, I've read that one there. And the Supreme Court says, seems like Poch will be getting the job. Really don't know what to expect at this point. Is Poch good? I think he's good. Again, he's not perfect. I think I've learned that he's, to some considerable extent, one-dimensional. His approach is predictable. I hope he's learned. I hope he's improved. But that's, by the way, Bobby, I'm going to come to you and ask you the question. Your thoughts, Vincent, just even if you think he's not being considered, let me ask you this question. Your thoughts, if we were to believe that he's being considered. So, Bobby, if you're there, you go ahead. Vincent Kompany.
I have no thoughts. It's an absolute, total, and complete waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't qualify to manage a club like Chelsea, not to mention Chelsea itself.
Do you see any reason why they'd be considering him as rumored?
I don't think they are. I think this is all journalists and social media people, and it's all their talk.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Again, for the people in the chat, to me, I'm not for the Vincent Kompany candidacy. Honestly, I don't want that to happen. Honestly, I hope he doesn't get to that. Even if you pair him with De Zerbi or Thomas Frank, I'd take the other two rather than him. Honestly, I get it. But like Vivel said in the chat, I think it's gotten to a point where it just seems as if he's become taking the lesser of the two evils. I hope it doesn't get to that. At this point, we don't know who the mystery candidate is. That is, if one existed. Like I said, if it's not something that the Twitter journalists or people are making up to just make the whole situation interesting, there's a chance that's the case. What else do we have here? Bobby, if you want to come in anytime, you go ahead. But I want to catch up what we have in the chat. But if you want to speak now, you go ahead. Let's see what else we have. Even thinking about the company is super ridiculous. First player will laugh at him, and then people will laugh at Chelsea. It's really a joke. Yeah, it's a risk. Like I said, it will be an even bigger risk than Graham Potter. Talk about the unknown. That's one that's really unknown. If Vincent Kompany becomes a good manager in EPL, yeah, what will you say then? Maybe that's why we're Chelsea. Maybe we only need you when you've proven you're capable of doing the job. That's my argument with it. That's why we're Chelsea. It's as simple as that. Pochettino can definitely stabilize the ship. I believe that. Tactically sound, generally too. But can we expect much more than that? Not sure. You could argue that because you can argue on occasions where he's taken his team to the finals, he hasn't won it. But other teams that he's faced in those finals in question, they had the edge because they had better squad overall. He overachieved. I'm going to keep saying that. He wasn't my first choice, wasn't even my second choice, wasn't even my fifth choice when every other candidate that the club has considered were still being considered. I didn't know it was going to get to a point that we start hearing that he's one of the candidates being considered. Who's Macho Man? I don't know. I think it's a made-up name. He just says we need a Macho Man. So I don't know who he's referencing, but let him speak for himself there. He's still in the chat. We've set the bar so low with Potter and Lampard that any average coach near Chelsea will automatically look at quality, quality image, discussing Kompany as a coach all my days. Yeah, it's out there. We have to talk about it. And I think I would say I agree with Bobby on this one. There's a chance it's absolute garbage. It doesn't make sense. Then if, like I said, first I was saying my thinking was that maybe the numbers approach is what's leading our new owners to this sort of people we're talking about. Bobby, you were saying something?
I can't remember now. Was it Pochettino?
No, we were still on Vincent Kompany, and you said it's absolute garbage, and I said I think I have to. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, I can't. I so do not regard him that I can't even pass comment. You know, he may be lucky and come
To
and
be
stuff.
specific, you so do not regard him as a manager.
I'm not at this level. Chelsea don't need this. They don't need this. And the ownership, if I don't think it's true, but if it's true they're messing around with this, if they bring this in, then I know they don't want harmony. They just want a circus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you so much, Bobby. Again, I know the whole thing affects you, but stay strong. We will overcome. We've set the bar so low with Potter and Lampard. Imagine discussing. Yeah, I think I've read that one. And this one here says that I'd take Potter over Kompany. He made Dele Alli look like a baller. You would just say he isn't one now. I think his lifestyle is the reason why. He's facing such poor run of form that even the Turkish team where he's been playing, dropped again, terminated his contract. It's unfortunate, really, what has happened to Dele Alli. This one here, I say Pochettino would definitely stabilize the ship. I think we've looked at that one. This one, remember, I think it was just yesterday when we, or rather, you, Coachella, were well settled on the idea of Nagelsmann. Newsflash, it's a Poch now. How quick things change. Tomorrow it might be VK, you don't know, or someone else, or they reveal the mystery candidate. You don't know. Jose Mourinho. Okay, now I get it. I love him. He can most definitely help us stabilize the ship, if that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. I just, again, Poch, these owners are bonkers. Everything is bonkers at the moment. I cannot see Kompany leaving Burnley. The guy has just gotten them promoted. I think I feel the same too. The fact is between Poch and Kompany just shows that these owners aren't serious. Yeah, let's see. Okay, just responding to you, boy. What else do we have here? Okay, you're having conversations there. I like that. I wonder if the owners really know what they are, what they want. Yeah, in a manager, I think they do. I don't know. For me, it's about how you motivate the players and whether players respect you. If they respect the manager, the rest will be will buy into the tactics. Potter lost the respect of the players. At one point, I think we were all able to sense is that something isn't really clicking. At the point where most people don't think that's the case. AD, if you're still there, I'm going to let you speak on that particular, the last stuff you sent me. I think it will come better from you, if you don't mind. Eddie, you there?
Yeah. Which one is that?
Just give me a second. The message you sent over regards to Pochettino's his tactical approach and the testimonies from his former players.
Yeah. I mean, I said that as well, that we could see when it was with Tottenham. I mean, players were like when he comes out to talk, you see, he doesn't really talk about throwing his players under the bus. He puts his arm around them and always tries to get the best out of them. So we could see from when he was with Tottenham, he was there for us to see how they loved him. The only downside was that they couldn't win a trophy. You know, that was the only thing. And then we shouldn't forget that he actually did well with Tottenham. He did, considering the players they had over there. Because I was actually just looking at the lineup against Liverpool in the Champions League final. He had
what was the end score?
It was 2-0.
Oh, it was 2-0, not 1-0. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean the only criticism for me then when that lineup was that he rushed Harry Kane back too early for that game. Harry Kane was injured and it clearly affected the play. I mean, he should have. That was where I thought he bottled it, to be honest. Shouldn't have played Harry Kane because he was out. Leading to the final, Harry Kane was out for a while. I think I remember that vividly. Harry Kane was out, and the way they rushed the main player coming back, I think that was his mistake because Harry Kane wasn't in the game at all. So that for me was a mistake for him playing Harry Kane. But if you look at his lineup, he had Lloris, Trippier right back, Alderweireld, Vertonghen, Danny Rose as the back four, and then Musa Sissoko, Harry Winks as the 2 sixes, and Dele Alli, Eriksen, Son, and then Harry Kane. And then for Liverpool, Alisson Becker, Van Dijk, Matip, Arnold, Robertson, Henderson, Fabinho, Wijnaldum, Mane, Firmino, Salah. If we look at these two squads now, so this will tell you the strength of what he did then. How many players can you mention from this team, from Tottenham, that's still there? Harry Kane, Son, and Lloris. That's all. And I think Harry Winks, I'm not sure if he's still there with them, but not playing. And then if we go to Liverpool, Mane is still playing, even though he left Liverpool. He's still a good player. Firmino is still there. Salah's still there. Wijnaldum left. He's with Roma now, I think. Fabinho is still there. Henderson is still there. Robertson is still there. Van Dijk is still there. Matip is still there. Arnold is still there. And then Alisson, the goalkeeper. So that tells you from that lineup of 2019, Liverpool still has about 9 players still playing for the squad, for the team. While for Tottenham, they only have 3 players: Harry Kane, Son, and Lloris. So that tells you what the type of players he built and what he did then. If that makes any sense.
It does.
So we can see that he actually did well. So if he's looking at the caliber of Chelsea's squad, and the type of players being linked to Chelsea that we could potentially sign, I mean, it's mouth-watering. It's a lure for any manager to want to say, irrespective of whatever they think is going to come in there, and if they have belief that they can get the best out of the squad, and they believe they can do well. So, for me, as I keep saying, and I'll stand on it until proven wrong, let us give him a chance. If it's the one they think, we are not in the process, we're not with them. Let us just hope they get it right. And I know, they know, as I said before, they've failed, they've made mistakes, they've made too many sweeping changes in the club, which is not good for the club. It's affecting everything in terms of the directors, in terms of the leaders, in terms of everything they've changed. It's been too drastic. And they know. So they need to quickly get back the manager that will galvanize the squad, make fans. I mean, I know it will divide fans, definitely. Pochettino is going to divide fans for sure. But the only thing that can make, I mean, if Benitez could come to Chelsea and won something for us, and the fans actually celebrated the victory because we are Chelsea fans, if Pochettino comes in, and I can't remember him making any comments negative about Chelsea. Just as you hear some managers telling you, I can never do this. I don't think he's made any comments detrimental that will affect his chances of saying Chelsea fans will hold on to this about what he said. Because Benitez said a lot of things against Chelsea that there were things that were held against him. Yet he came in. I know Benitez can go anywhere, he doesn't care. But Pochettino, for me, I just hope he is the candidate, because we are still speaking, like somebody said earlier on, and I said it before. 24 hours ago, it was Nagelsmann, as if he was cut and dry, like Nagelsmann. But now, 24 hours later, Pochettino. We don't know 24 hours again what is going to happen. So we just keep and pray. We talk every day until this appointment is actually made. So this speculation will go on and on and on and on until they finally make the appointment. But for me, I just see him as somebody. I mean, somebody said it before, and I agree. He's been linked to so many jobs that have been available. You've always seen Pochettino. He was linked to Manchester United. He was linked to this. He was linked to that. I mean, linking does not actually mean anything. Anybody could be linked to any job, I agree. But if it's been considered that kind of manager, we have to try and see if he's the one. For me, what stands in his favor is the Premier League experience. It may not count. It may count for nothing to some people, but for me, it does count a lot. Because nothing to teach him about. He knows what is coming in straight away to meet, and he knows. I mean, the squad with Chelsea is something that is attractive.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. For me, it's about how you motivate the players and whether players respect you. If they respect the manager, the rest will buy. I think I've read that one too. This one here says they want a yes man manager. A lot of people are saying that. I honestly do not think that's the case, because if you're a yes man manager, then you will never be great at being a football club manager. I don't buy the news about the owners being concerned about Vivell's age. It doesn't make any sense. If that's the case, then why are they considering? Is it Vivell, or are you talking about Nagelsmann? If that's the case, why are they considering Vincent Kompany? It doesn't make sense. It's just a damage control PR, possibly. We're seeing a lot of that. You had Enrique, who had PowerPoint, what he wanted to do in every aspect of the sport, and wanted to take over for the Real Madrid before the Real Madrid game. You also had Jose Mourinho saying he wants to return, but Vincent Kompany and Poch are options. That begs the question: what is going on? Maybe the numbers thing is what is leading them, pointing them to those players in question. Let me see. I'm going to try to catch up with everything I have in the chat. We have new entrants on the panel. I want to bring them on. Whoever we get, we have nothing to lose, in my opinion. That's the truth. But we have to keep supporting our team. Boehly offers a Lampard for PR causes. He knows the fans cannot hate the club. Legend. That's what you think. Call it damage control. But it's working. No, it really hasn't worked. It's just that people have become numb to the situation. That's how I see it, really. Boehly is a smart guy, but he's the biggest mistake made. Wow, some argument right there. Let's see what else we have. I prefer Pochettino. John Ocon. Okay, thank you for saying that. I always rated the style of play Pochettino used, so I just fear that he won't lead to any substance and winning things, given how his PSG stint went. He didn't really go where you could argue that. Problem is from the coach. Or coach says it's the players that they don't understand their self-esteem. I'm not sure what to make of that. Stalin has worked with Kompany that can help help him settle. No, if Stalin hasn't settled till now, I'm not going to the extent of saying let's get Kompany because of him. But that's why, DJ, I'm going to come to you, which means Bobby has spoken about Kompany too. So, Roger, so to speak, Roger joined before you. You two, I'm going to get your thoughts. Roger, Pop, big up to you. I was saying after the show, I'm going to reach out to you to be sure you're okay. I hope you're fine, brother. How are you doing, Roger?
Hola, I'm very well, thank you. So sorry,
Awesome.
I've been out busy today.
You don't have to apologize. It's no obligation. We all have things to do, and plus bills don't pay themselves. Let's start you with this one. I don't know if you want to talk about why you think Nagelsmann pulled out. I don't think it's necessary, but I'd rather you start with talks on the possibility of Pochettino becoming the next manager. And I want to show you these things we've seen there. Talks have really progressed from what we're hearing. Let's look at this. Things have gone very positive with Mauricio Pochettino in the last few days and could now accelerate following Julian Nagelsmann's withdrawal for the Chelsea head coach job. And here it says Chelsea actually ranked Mauricio Pochettino above Julian Nagelsmann from the get-go. And I'm sure you were part of that stream where we were analyzing the reports. In the case of Nagelsmann, he said it was just Christopher Vivell and one other board member. But in the case of Pochettino, he says he's the candidate that everyone at Chelsea collectively prefers. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah,
that was telling to us. That was when we say, okay, then technically he's the front runner. It turns out we were correct. This by Matt Law is basically highlighting everything he believes he's done right, improves young players. I agree with that. Overseeing a squad overhaul. I don't remember where he did that. Manages upward. I'm not sure what that means. Won trophies, I agree, at least 3 at PSG. Premier League and Champions League experience, I will release that one a bit by saying he nearly won the Premier League. We messed it up. A goal, I think it was a goal from Hazard, and Diego Costa ruined it for them against them. Managed through stadium rebuild. That's an important. I don't know how that's an important point. Charismatic, I would say yes. But you go ahead, Roger. Talk about the possibility. Do you think he's good enough for the job?
Poch, if you take out the fact that he has been formerly a Tottenham manager, the fact that he has been, in my opinion, successful with Southampton and Tottenham itself as a club, forget about the rivalry. Please take that out of the equation initially. I think he's done very well with the limited budgets he's had, and the fact that he's worked extensively with younger players. However, I think we've had this dance before. I have a certain former client that we had the same expectations for, and the most obvious observation was there's a big difference, there's a big climb in expectations and pressures coming from, shall we say, a Brighton to a Chelsea. And you can say the same about Pochettino coming from, with all due respect, to Southampton, and there is a climb up to Tottenham, but I believe, with all due respect to Tottenham, it's a larger expectation at Chelsea because of our resume, the fact that 20 trophies in 19 years. So this is a habitual winning club with a winning mentality and attitude. So that the pressures, you can say, will be very similar to those of a Potter. Realistically, they're identical in some regards. You know, okay, the style of play is somewhat different, you know, in that regards, and the fact that he, obviously there's nationality difference, but I'm talking about how how he actually coaches. You know, he's more specific to a formation. He doesn't change as much as Potter did, etc. So if we do hire him, I'm talking about Pochettino, and in 12 months' time we're looking back and we see the same results as Potter. Hopefully we won't experience the same amount of injuries, and we obviously won't have a bloated squad, but we're not as successful as we anticipate to be. Then we're going to say, what is the definition of madness? You know, repeating the same instance and expecting a different result. So this could be going down the same garden path, so to speak. However, I think he does fit a lot of the criteria that is required, especially this quote unquote long-term project. I think he ticks a lot of the boxes, working with youth, you know, working. Yes, I know PSG is a big club and it had huge egos in there, but I think he's a well-respected manager in Europe. I was about to say worldwide, but let's just say Europe. I think he is well regarded. I wouldn't have a problem personally, even though he was a former former Tottenham manager. I don't have an issue with that. But and everyone says, well, he hasn't won anything. You know what? You get to a championship final, you know, guess what? That's it's a 90-minute. Anyone can win it. So I have no problem with that. I personally don't. Is he a habitual winner? No. However, he's not exactly Jose Mourinho in that regard. I get the criticism, but I believe he can succeed at Chelsea. Will he? This is the question. Will the executives, Vivell, Winstanley, Lawrence, Stewart, etc., will they communicate well with him? Will they be on the same wavelength for this project? Will they see eye to eye? Is his philosophy and the same? Will they view his philosophy the same manner with which they wish to? You know, so these are things that, you know, can they work together personally? You know, characteristically, do they have this same philosophy? These are the questions that have to be asked. What he has done, and if you're right. Was it Eddie that was speaking, saying that, you know, he hasn't really said anything offensive as a Tottenham manager? I don't recall him ever saying anything. Do we like the fact that he coached Tottenham? Of course not. Of course not. It would be silly to state otherwise. But I think the positives outweigh the negatives. But the other part of me is saying we've danced, you know, on that same tune before, and it leaves a bitter taste, doesn't it? So I don't know. I'm shocked about Nagelsmann. I thought he was going to be the choice, but who's to say? You know, I think he does tick a lot of the boxes that Vivell and company want.
Thank you so much, Rodney. I'll come back to you in a bit. I think we're all. I think it's not going to be if he ends up if he emerges as the new Chelsea manager.
The bottom line is, coach, is can he win? Do we at the?
I think he can.
No, right, and this is what I'm saying. At the very least, can he make top four? That's the minimum required. And B, can he win silverware? And a small part of the equation is, does his brand of football, is it attractive? However, I think most Chelsea fans will be quite satisfied with an unattractive form of a less attractive form of football, as long as we lift trophies. I think this is the bottom line.
Yeah, I think his approach is actually attractive. I know, I agree. Very direct. He's not into keeping the ball too much. It's just once you get it, you attack. Modric needs to be given more chances to show up, and Aubameyang and Mouth needs starting. Okay, thank you so much, Jokong. I know you wanted to type Mount there. And some players need to be removed from the club. That's the truth. A lot of them needs to go. The squad is bloated. Pick up everyone. I know Kuchila hates this word, but the toxicity of this toxic club, and you mentioned it twice, so you know what you're doing. The toxicity of this toxic club has intoxicated the fans, so you know exactly what you're doing there. You know I hate it, but that's by the way. We move on from that. I'm going to come to you, DJ. A big up to you. You've been a busy man, and I know you got the time to join us today because it's a Saturday. I know where you stand on this one, but I want to hear from the horse's mouth. Your thoughts of
Hello, DJ.
possibility. Let's start. Tell us about the positives. Tell us about the positives. I know there are negatives. Do you see any positives at all? DJ, if he emerges as the manager, do you see any positives?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on your show, Coachella, and big up
No,
to all my.
you know, you
big up
have
to
the key.
panel.
You have the key to the
everyone in the
panel. So
comments as well.
whenever time allows.
No, listen, my take on Pochettino is I've never ever said Coachella he's a bad manager. I think he's a good manager. I just think that, you know, is Chelsea the right time for him now, you know, compared to the other managers that we could have got? It just begs the question to these owners of what success do they want for this football club? Because I'm sorry I keep bringing up Roman, and Roman shouldn't be mentioned in any of the conversation, but the reason why I use Roman as the blueprint, because I look back on how we've built our success over the years, from Ken Bates to Matthew Harding, you know, to and then followed on by then obviously Roman finishing it all off. How we've won things with those guys, and Roman getting us the big thing with obviously with his money invested in the cups and trophies that we've won out of it. And I just look at the managers that he used to bring into Chelsea, and some of them you could say question some of them, but the majority of the time Roman would get these managers right. You know, for example, I'll give an example to you. When he first came to Chelsea, Claudio Ranieri was given the opportunity to manage Chelsea, even though he was under the old elite of Ken Bates. But he gave Ranieri a season to see what he could do. He realised it didn't work, and he brought in a serial winner in Jose Mourinho, right? And we all know what happened after that. Yeah. With Pochettino, my questions with Pochettino is that, you know, yes, there is that Tottenham connection, but it's not too much the Tottenham connection. I think it's more to the fact that, you know, he's coming into a team now where we've had such a bad season under this management, under Graham Potter, and now poor Frank Lampard is getting it all now from the fans as well, which I think is unfair, because I think he was put into a bad situation in the first place. All right, when we could have got an elite coach in Enrique when he was available to come straight away. But we're now deciding to narrow our list down to what? Poch, Kompany, and I've said there's a mystery one now who's been mentioned, so I don't know who that is. I have my ideas. I have my own ideas who I think that mystery coach is going to be, and he's not actually a mystery because he's actually been mentioned before, but they're just using him as a mystery. Okay, it's that Gallardo, the Gallardo bloke.
Marcelo Gallardo.
Bloke that is the mystery, and people say he's the mystery. He's not. They've had talks with this guy. I think during the Easter break, I think they had talks with this guy, and there was talks then that he was learning how to speak American English. Yeah, and it's not a mystery. So why they're calling it a mystery, I do not know. Even, you know,
This does say he's learning how to speak American English.
Well, I'm not saying that, bro. I'm just saying he's learning. Apparently.
No, it's just funny the way you
No. That's what he's saying. They're saying he's learning how to speak American English now. Okay, because he's looking to get into a big job.
Okay, you're quoting someone else. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like, I'm just saying, bro. You know, we're looking at how the avenue we're going down, bro. And you look at the managers that are out there, guys. Right? Yeah. You look at Nagelsmann. Apparently, he turned us down on Thursday because he didn't like the project at Chelsea and what was happening for the short term, the long term of the project. He didn't want the job. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then obviously Luis Enrique was because he's too demanding. He wanted this. I don't know if you guys saw a piece today, an interesting piece today. I read today regarding why Thomas Tuchel got the sack. Everyone thought it's because of the result. Do you know what the real reason was? Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about, Coachella, yeah?
No, but here's the thing, DJ. Let me just say this quickly. But go ahead. You started it. Let me not do a tapping on you. Once you drop out.
No. He came out. He basically did not want these owners to come to the dressing room, right? Because after the West Ham game, all right, he did not want them there because he thought it would be a bad morale for the players. Okay, and he didn't want them owners to come there. And these owners apparently got annoyed at the fact that they were not allowed to come and see the dressing room. That's one of the reasons why they got rid of him, right? Just one of the reasons. But that apparently is the main reason.
I'm glad you're calling it one of the reasons. That may well maybe that made it easier for them to just say, I think this is not going to work. Because by doing that, he challenged their authority as the owners. But go ahead.
And you know what, Coachella? He has every right to do that. Because I know they bought the football club, right? Don't get me wrong, they own a club, But at the end of the day, how often did you see Roman Abramovich going to the dressing room? The only time he ever went in there when Chelsea won trophies and he was celebrating with the players in the background. Yeah, and then or when he arrived at the training ground in his helicopter, we all know what's happening. Either a player was going to go up or a manager was being sacked. Yeah, that's the only time you saw Roman in the changing room to visit the place. He wasn't there going and sitting there listening to the managers talk of how things were, getting involved in the conversations, coming out and telling the players, "Oh, you're a disgrace," and all whatever else was mentioned by these owners to these players. Yeah, because what you don't do is you don't go and that for me is authority. That in itself is more or less saying that the manager's authority in that dressing room is not what it should be, because you're getting your owner coming down and telling these players off. Okay, and that for me is wrong. Now he's going now the situation with Pochettino is the reason why Poch is coming on is yes, he's a good manager. He's basically the middle of an Enrique and a bit of he's got a bit of both of them where he will allow, but his situation is he's a bit of a yes man because he will allow the owners to come into the dressing room when they want, come and talk to the players, address the players, when realistically that should just be a
Well, how do you know that, DJ? How do you know he's a yes man?
How I know? It's because listen, man. I'm not saying he's a yes man to everything, but there's certain rules, or certain things that these guys want from their next manager, right? Mm-hmm. And that is probably one of them. They want to have a say in everything. Now you hire the likes of Win Stanley, you hire the likes of Vivale to come and do this job of hiring a manager. Let them get on with it. Don't get involved in it. All you have to be involved is yes, you sign it off. Yes, this is the manager we think, boss. He's the guy to guide us forward. You go with that, but don't get involved in it all. Because apparently, what we understand, Todd Boehly actually came out and said, I'm taking a step back. I'm leaving that to my guys at the club to get the right manager in. Well, here I am reading, they're getting involved in the Nagelsmann deals. They got involved with the Enrique situation. They're getting involved in everything. Their fingers are in the pie everywhere. So how are these guys supposed to be doing their job at Chelsea when you've got an owner who consistently goes and tells them what they need to do? Why hire them? You might just do the job yourself then, mate. That's how I look at the situation, right? Mm-hmm. If you're working for a company, bro, right? You're working for a particular department. You have to do your job. Your manager gives you the role you need to do, okay? But they only will get involved in it should you need them for help or something like that. But you do not go and get involved, generally getting involved, I'm going to talk to your clients today to find out what's going on with this situation or what's happening with this, why we're not paying this supplier today, whatever it might be. You don't do that. You just let them get on with their job. And these guys don't clearly want to do that. And listen, I've nothing against against Poch. If he comes in, he may come in and do a good job for us. Okay, but what I will say one thing. Should things go wrong next season, and Bobby's already alluded onto it, the fans will switch very quickly, especially the fact that he's got the Tottenham roots in him as well. That will happen if things don't go right. This is why they need to get this position right. And right for the football club going forward for all these years.
More importantly,
for the fans. Yeah. For the fans especially that watch them go and pay the money to go and watch them week in, week out.
DJ, so sorry to drop. These executives who are going to recommend the next hire to the manager, to the owners, they cannot afford to make another mistake. They have to hit the ground running and to, at the very worst, be top four. That's the absolute minimum required. We cannot be languishing in mediocrity. It's that simple. And you're right. And I know I didn't listen to the show earlier, and I'm pretty sure I know what Bobby has said previously. I pretty much know where he stands, and I say that with all due respect, because I respect Bobby and everyone here. And I totally agree with everyone. Bobby hit the nail on the head yesterday and the day before with what he said about that he will. If he hits a small bump in the road, and you know he's going to, every team does, even Pep does. You know what? It'll be a feeding frenzy. Bobby's right, and you're right.
Yeah, I think he makes it. It's a risk, even though he's capable of doing a good job, and the fact that no manager is perfect, and the fact that it's a certainty that he makes mistake every now and then, but his mistakes will be taken out of proportion. Go ahead if you want to say something.
Coach, a risk is an understatement. A risk is hiring me as the backup tea lady. That's a risk, right? A risk. a risk. Oh my God. They can't. This is. I know. That's how good my resume is, right? It's seriously. It's they have to get this right.
That's hilarious.
They cannot afford to get this wrong. I mean,
Sorry.
one day,
let's catch up
tea
with the
lady.
chat. I'll come back to you guys in a
not
bit.
even the lead tea lady I can aspire to. It's the backup.
Big
Let me
up
catch
to
up with the
respect,
chat.
brother. Respect.
If
I will
you
come
can't
back
make fun
with
of
you.
yourself, then you have no
Yeah.
right to make fun of anyone else. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, this is I agree with you. This is a response to what Chimera is saying. And if you're watching people with 75 likes, 25 more to get it to 100, if the conversation is flowing, I wouldn't mind taking a break, leaving it for Roger or DJ to handle while I come back. Let's have it right, like Johnny will say. Big up, Coach Roger. This is for you, Roger. Are you paying attention? I'm just going to read it out loud for you. He says, "Big up, Roger. Sorry, I am late. I have it from very good sources. He heard it from very good sources that Poch will probably fail at Chelsea. Well, at least that's what the guys at my barbershop
Big up
think."
to the beautiful game.
I love this guy.
Yeah, I love
He's
that
so
one. I
cool.
love him so much. I think he's the comedian of the
man.
community.
Yeah.
That's responding to Vivel. This says, I believe Chelsea not being in the Champions League next season, we make the players pick up well and focus
True.
on that has happened before. I think we have a chance, but it depends on who we hire. And we need to sign a few players here and there to balance the squad. Then we're capable of winning the Champions League. My bro, Wally Waldo. I will never forget that your name again actually was Wally Waldo. You had it like that. I disagree, Chimera. We had Didier Drogba, Costa as strikers. We're not always had a striker problem. We have, I think we've always for a while had some of the best strikers in the Premier League. Even I count Anelka. Anelka was excellent to use. He isn't as powerful as the others, but he's a fine finisher. I don't want Kompany or Poch at Chelsea. Unfortunately, it's not up to us. And good luck blowing against the wind. You know what happens. It's also been playing in EPL will be the best of next season. I think we'll do it, and I'm glad we didn't get any sort of European assignment. But I think we'll be part of the Club World Cup. Was it? Yeah. Even the new FIFA criteria to being part of the stuff. Maybe this ownership needs a chopper and land it on the training ground, Roman style. If you imagine it, that sounds serious. Yeah, exactly. That's maybe stop going into the dressing room. I get it. Like Roger explained the other day, something that's very common with sports owners in the US, but you don't have to do that in the Premier League. Let me see. Not gonna lie, Luis Enrique wouldn't take this. From these players. So I'd rather have Enrique. Enrique is out of the running. I'm sure you've heard that yourself. Except if it's still there, we don't know. Preach, DJ, and don't pass the ball to coach. He loves tapping. Yeah, I do a lot of tappings, and sometimes I will see what's his name, the Beautiful Games comment in the chat. Before I highlight it, if I agree with him, I'll just do a tapping on him, and I like that. Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't be surprised if Vivel and Winstanley resign within the next year if Boehly and Co. Carry on defeats the purpose of their role. That's to see if the case has always been that they maybe they're not allowing them fulfill their duties as they should. But we don't know if that's the case really. Until it happens, then you can be certain that's what's been going on. Okay, you're talking to Chimera there. I remember when Abramovich in 2003 and 2004, the club don't just pick from that time. It takes 2 years or so. Okay, it's a solid argument. Intervention in every decision is one half of the problem. The second half is that these guys don't have a clue about football. Well, they know football, but not more than my. Okay. If you're watching, we need 24 more likes to get it to 100 likes. Please keep dropping the likes. Let's get it there as soon as possible. By the way, Coach, my mother-in-law watched the Poch photo on the desktop and also asked it to be removed because he was given her
hallucinations.
Oh my goodness.
God.
There will be zero tolerance for any mistake. 4-4-3 formation, dodgy system, weird lineup, and draws and losses. Chelsea fans will put their fingers on the trigger as soon as a Poch is announced. Yep, they will be waiting for it to happen. Really, that's why I deem it a dangerous thing to do. But let's see what happens. It hasn't happened yet. Like Eddie said, we don't know. After all, everybody thought it was going to be Nagelsmann. So, DJ, I'm coming back to you again because we're still with you. Vincent Kompany.
Yeah.
Vincent Kompany, your thoughts. A lot of people are actually for it. That he played good football with Burnley, got promoted. It's not different from, I think, as much as it sounds like something we did with Frank Lampard, but in the case of Frank Lampard, they weren't promoted. But I would say, I'll repeat myself again, maybe do a tapping on you even before you pass the ball to me. It's an even bigger risk than hiring Graham Potter, but you go ahead.
Listen, I actually think Vincent Kompany is a good and upcoming coach, and what I will just give him some advice, advice to him, some friendly advice. Don't come to Chelsea, and that's only because you don't want to see your career go up in ruins, especially with what's going on at the moment at our football club. We've gone down that.
Honestly, it's a good advice, but I'm sorry, I'm laughing. It's a good advice. Take
the advice, and don't come to Chelsea. Listen, it's not that he's raw. Let's get one thing straight here, guys. He's a raw good type. He's raw and he's a good manager, but he needs a lot to learn in the game. And I think he's got Burnley promoted now. My advice to him would be, if he's coming in, is manage manage Burnley at least for the season. See how you do it, because they're back in the Premiership now, aren't they? So manage them this season in the Premiership. See what you're like in the Premiership with these guys first before you even take a big step in your next job. And I'll even say that to Manchester City as well, because I understand Pep Guardiola has already come out and said he'll be the next future Manchester City manager, right? So when Pep talks about things like that, especially if he comes in and he starts to work under, obviously he's played for Pep, so he knows what kind of a manager Pep is. Can you imagine him coming there and playing, being alongside Pep? I can't see him doing a Mikel Arteta situation. He's actually managing Burnley by himself now, and how well they've done. I would say to him, just carry on managing Burnley. See how your stock goes up from that. If you can get Burnley into good position next season, they stay within the Premier. They stay in the Premiership. Then you can think maybe about your next step in a big move. But I'll still even give him that. I'd give him maybe 1 or 2 more years at least in the big time before making that big move to a bigger club. So I don't think he's a bad manager. I actually think he's a good and upcoming young manager, but not for Chelsea at this moment in time. We tried that avenue with Graham Potter. Let's all know how that works. His magic didn't work. He's now back in the school of Hogwarts, right? Learning his magic of how to manage again. Yeah. So you don't want to do the same thing with Pochettino with Kompany, because I actually rated him as a player, and I actually do think he'll be a good upcoming.
He was excellent.
He was a superb player, man. Superb player. So yeah,
amazing player.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna catch up with the channel now. Here we'll just start. We need just 24 more likes to get it to 100. I think we still have a bit of time to go since there are fresh entrants on, and I know that if they're willing to, can I continue with the conversations? I'm all here for it. Right, Enrique was drooling. Okay, I think Chelsea should use what?
Use a 4-3-3.
We've struggled when we tried to use that, but let's see what happens. Kompany is a hype coach. It's all about energy and intensity. That doesn't last in the big stages. Wow, some solid argument right there. Poch is my pick. He has the experience in Premier League season, and hopefully the fans don't become an issue. Experience is not always good. It's about what is the right thing. Wow. Let's see. Seriously, drama, and that is for Adesina and Stephen, my Niger brother. Nice to see you here. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Adesina Drama had said it. This is not a Chelsea team any longer. The only way out is for Boehly to just calm down and stop being the alpha and omega of all things. A solid argument. He shouldn't have to get involved in everything. Pochettino coming to Chelsea in peacetime would probably work, but coach, We are currently at war. We need a general, and that's the tune. And plus, the fan base is already divided, and I think that would deepen the division, if anything. Like seriously, yeah, indeed. And Johnny, big up,
big
bro.
up,
Always
Johnny.
nice to see you.
Big up to you,
Thank you for
Johnny.
finding the time to join us here. I appreciate that. Johnny says, if we don't get an elite gaffer, the kindergarten yes man model will stay, and our club will be a development feeder. Our club all about profitability. Supporters have to act now, or we are finished. The question is, what can the supporters do really? That's a good question. But I want to get Roger started, and I'll come back with this and ask the question: what can the supporters do to change anything? Coach, again, how much time you spend to find that photo of Pochettino with a cute face expression enticing your fans? No, I'm not enticing anybody. We're trying to be as objective as possible. Like I said on Twitter, like my tweet suggesting that it would be a good idea for the owners to forfeit hiring him for the sake of, again, we're already divided right now. And hiring him would dip in that division, if you get what I'm saying. Roger, I'm going to come to you. Have you spoken with the possibility of, what's his name, Vincent Kompany becoming the next Chelsea manager? I think I'm with DJ. I hope somebody that knows him was listening. It's a huge risk that if he comes and falters, that may well drag him back to zero. As by him getting another job may well be difficult, except in the championship where he did well. But your thoughts with the possibility of what's his name, Vincent Kompany becoming the Chelsea manager?
No, it is. I completely agree. You're talking about what's his face? Kompany, Vincent Kompany, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Listen, just because you're a great player, a great natural leader, doesn't mean that you will excel as a coach. Now, he has.
Have we experienced that firsthand?
I think we can safely assume that. I think we're experiencing that right now. That doesn't mean,
with all due respect, go ahead.
Yeah. That doesn't mean to say that Frank can't become a great coach in time. But at this present moment in time, I think we can all safely assume that, his legacy, apart of being a formidable elite player, doesn't have any correlationship to him being an elite manager. Now, Vincent Kompany is an elite player historically. I would put him in that category. Just a John Terry-esque player, if you will. And I think that's not an overreach. Now, he's been successful getting his team promoted from the Championship. It's a very competitive league. There's no doubt about it. But there's a big jump. Listen, Frank nearly got Chelsea, or did he get Chelsea? Derby promoted? No, I think he lost in the playoff, didn't he? But
yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Frank basically did the same. Look, Frank's beaten Ancelotti. What does that mean? It means nothing. So to actually come and to coach in the Premier League is a big step up, and then to do so in and I use this term top club. I think we are a top club. I think we can say that historically. That's an even greater leap. I think that's a huge gamble. I think that makes, listen, Potter is far more accomplished than this chap is. I think
even far more accomplished than Frank.
Yeah, we're going down the same avenue.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, listen, and I'm going to say this, but the players have to take responsibility also. Regardless of who the gaffer is. They just have to, because execution is performed on the field. It's that simple. So as I said, the manager gets way too much credit and way too much blame. It's as simple as that.
And let me complete it for you. You're damned if you do.
Yeah, you're damned if you don't.
You're damned if you don't.
Things have to be put into perspective.
So Kompany is a bold no for you, and I'm the same. And
Listen, would I like, if he does come, would I love to see him succeed? I would love the backup tea lady if she's the manager to succeed at Chelsea, period. It's that simple. I'm a Chelsea fan first and foremost.
Tea lady.
Is she better at making tea than me? Probably. But you know,
At least something to gain from that one.
All joking aside, though, whoever comes here, I want them to succeed. I want to see us win. I want to see us, as Bobby would say, on top where we belong.
100%.
I expect to hear from Bobby any second now. But he's right about that. Listen, it's dark days currently, but hopefully these will make us appreciate the better days ahead. Puts it in perspective.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Roger. That was very detailed. I don't know. Maybe you have your spreadsheet in front of you. As
No, I
usual.
don't,
Big up news economics. A tough result at the bridge today, but could have been worse. You're talking about the latest game. I'll look at Coach Poch will be the best for Chelsea right now, given the two options. Yeah, I agree with you. These owners have no regards for the club's culture or history. It seems it's what it is. Now we are just Dodgers FC. A lot of people are saying that. Coach, the Excel sheet for potential managers has grown longer than the Excel sheet of our wingers. When are we going to sort the 4-3-3 Excel? I don't know. I think we have to. We have to. And Eric Blue was here suggesting we do keep or sell exercise again. I think we need to do that because it's becoming serious. Best thing to happen. Nice to see you, Glenn. Now it's for Docs to leak that the whole of Clearlake went to. Oh my goodness! I thought he would. I don't want to start talking about the document with regards to who's mentioned. I know where he's going with that. Lots of popular names on the leagues too.
Wow.
I don't think it changes. It doesn't changes anything. It's a consortium. I think they will stay. But we move on from that. And Glenn, you know me. I know you know I prioritize going to heaven. So stop making me read such things. I don't like it.
Very, very valid point he's made, though. sorry, Kuchela. I had to cover that one. Sorry.
Just to be clear, we're all on the same page. Like we are all for Poch, right? Yeah, given the options we have. Unfortunately, except if I hear another name, like I said, if you think otherwise, good luck blowing against the wind. And something we've all talked about, even during the sale of the club, that these owners, once they spend money and buy the club, they don't really care that much what the fans think. They will, if they feel the decision they want to make is for the best of the club, they will probably back it up with, okay, we'll just do it. When it starts working, then they will fall in line. Or dear VK fans, there are actually. Haven't you heard anybody say in the chat today they'd rather Vincent Kompany? Vivel FC, I don't want either. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about that. My first choice was, what's his name? Hans Flick, and then I found out he wasn't part of, he wasn't being considered. Then it was Enrique, and then boom, he was out of it. Then it was Nagelsmann. Then boom, he pulled out himself. So yeah, let's see what else we have. Poch is a Tottenham fan. No to him. Feded, always nice to see you. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. We need just 21 more likes to get it to 100. We can get there. How do you pronounce that name?
Postecoglou. Yeah.
Okay, Postecoglou of Celtic is the mystery manager, it seems, coach. Of what? What club? Celtic?
I think
really?
So. Yeah. Sounds familiar.
This is seriously a circus right now. Vincent Kompany is just trying to come. I think he would do well. Let me really finish, please. Where I stopped it is risky. I can't stop it.
Can I ask something very briefly, gentlemen?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why did Nagelsmann pull out? Do we know why?
We don't know. We don't know. And if we're going to say pull out, let's say it fully. Why did he pull out of the rest of becoming Chelsea manager?
If reports are supposed to be right, Roger, it was the fact that he didn't like he didn't like the project at Chelsea in terms of short term and long term. He basically thought that he won't be able to manage that, and that he thinks that the whatever happens, it's not the right project for him to come on board to.
They didn't see eye to eye on philosophy.
I personally don't. I don't know what to make of it anymore, mate. Because it seems like every good manager that we want to have don't like the project. And for me, Luis Enrique. I'll give an example of Luis Enrique. It's not that he didn't want the project. What people got to realize and understand, Luis Enrique loved the project. He done his dossier, gave it to the board, said exactly what he wants and feels, and he was ready to take the job for the Real Madrid game. And these owners, what do they decide to go and do? They've decided to say, no, sorry, mate, we're going to go and bring a legend back to Frank Lampard, get the fans back on side, and let's see where it goes from there. Big mistake.
It doesn't work like that in football.
It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way.
Is it the owners or is it the executives?
It was the owners because Christopher Vivell, and what I understand, I'm not sure about. To be honest with you, I don't trust two of them. I don't trust Winstanley and I don't trust Stewart. Right, the only one I probably would say I can really have trust for is actually Christopher Vivell. And for me, Luis Enrique and Nagelsmann are probably his type of two managers that he probably have wanted to bring to this football club. Okay, but it's the other two that I think have gone with the owners and said, "Oh no, we'll go. Let's bring a legend back to the football club instead, in Frank Lampard." So I think these are the guys that are pulling the strings. I think Christopher Vivell is just there in the background. Okay, why this guy has come in and what he's supposed to be doing, I do not know. I mean, I feel sorry for the guy, to be honest with you, because I think he should have more to say of what gets been said at that club, but he doesn't. It's those other two that are. And because of them and the owners, we are where we are now, Roger. And this is one of the reasons why I think now it's been narrowed down for me, why it's been narrowed down to Poch and to Kompany is because
of disillusioned, mate.
Yeah. The big managers, the bigger managers clearly don't want to come, or there's a reason behind it all, And I'm just, as I said, this is one of the reasons why I keep thinking why these guys have got to get this right, why they've got to get it right, Roger. And for me, I don't think they're doing that at the moment. That's just my take on it.
All right, I gotta say, sorry. I will research him to get to know more about him, so I can't talk much about him right now. The Todd Boehly is so stupid. I blame him so much because he messed up after Tuchel was sacked, and his accepted mistake were made, but didn't say were made specifically what mistakes he was referring to. Nobody knows. He should apologize to Thomas Tuchel for is that Flace? I haven't seen that word before. Sacking. Excuse you two. But thank you, bro. I enjoyed that joke. At this point, it doesn't really matter who's the manager from men's team. We're far off where the team needs to be for us to get back to the top. Then again, we're only one good manager away. Oh, that's a delicious comment, really. Why here? Okay, just slug it out with him. It's not you and I. Not Kompany. Definitely not Kompany. Darren Beeks says, big up, guys. If you're just joining, keep liking the stream. 21 more likes to get it to 100. And if you haven't, please do subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying this show. And if you want to become a panelist, let me know. We want to bring on as many people as we can. And if you feel like you have a show idea that you want to be hosting on Chelsea Perspective or the other channel, Soccer Perspective, we're still looking for panelists. You let me know. We'll talk about it on Chelsea Perspective. If you can start your own show, whatever the show brings in, you take a percentage of it, but we'll discuss that in private if that makes sense. Not Kompany, somebody says there. I agree too. Boehly, I don't agree with that one. But you're saying, the beautiful game is saying Boehly is a con man, giving us the choice of two evil, hoping we'll pick the lesser two of the two evil. Chicks, Sam, Sam, what you say there, Sam, but I get your argument. Postecoglou. I'll research him. Wally Waldo says, is there a reasonable explanation that Enrique and Nagelsmann are out of the running? I don't know what to make of it. I'm not sure. We only, like Eddie who told us to just not just read too much into what we're hearing, because we've seen example again where it turns out everything we've heard are all nonsense. But yeah, that's just the thing. Let's see what else we have here. Ozzy. Who is Ozzy here? Is that so Postecoglou is Ozzy. So I know Declan will support this one, if that makes sense. So it's like this. They want Poch, so they floated Kompany. Somebody said that, but here's where I don't believe that, because yesterday JC talked about JC talked about it again. He brought up the conspiracy that they probably had Poch there, so people will lean towards Nagelsmann because they want Nagelsmann now. So I wouldn't say that's the case. Mr. Polito Way, always nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Please do let me know. You should look at his CV. Wow, he's on the list. Okay, I will honestly, if you like him. He did not pull out Roger. He canceled out, and I saw your subsequent comment says he got woke and say, no, I'm not doing this. Nagelsmann is quoted as saying to cancel something, you have to commit to something first, whatever that means, which means he was never committed to getting the Chelsea job. Did he even travel to London? No, he didn't. So maybe he never took it seriously in the first place. He got woke and cancelled us. We got cancelled. Yeah, and what you said next. My bro again, Middleros LC, big up Johnny. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I will find time to reciprocate too, but thank you. I appreciate that. You're settling for the best out of bad bunch. Ask yourself, who gave you these options? That's a good question. Clowns. It says clowns want full control on Gefa. No elite Gefa will accept these terms. It doesn't happen. Like I think I agree with that. Elite managers wouldn't want to risk it because it's a lot. Again, a lot isn't in place. It's chaotic now at Chelsea. If we're being honest, you should look at Postecoglou's CV. Well, yeah, I think I've read that one too. So why not go for Mourinho? Does he want it? I don't know. So we don't know who the mystery candidate is. But let's find. Maybe he could be him. But the language they're using, they mentioned something to the effect of the person managing in a perceived lesser league. Maybe we don't know. Postecoglou of Celtic has some long list honors. No jokes. Check it out. I'm serious. I don't know him that much without checking out. Check him out. Conte isn't a yes. No, he's not. Even when things aren't going well, you could say Conte will actually find a way to get you to fight with him, fire him, pay him off, and bye-bye. Well, then, Boehly needs to change his attitude. He's either a yes man or a successful team. Yeah, that's a good thing. I expect them to hire an American coach eventually. Oh, my goodness. Now you're scaring the heck out of me, really. To be honest, Postecoglou has an insane CV. I want to look at it. Why don't I know him, really? Of Celtic, again, better than Vincent Kompany. What else do we have here? I think Postecoglou has some winning mentality with all these honors. I will look him up again. Never thought I'd see the day where top managers don't want to come to Chelsea. And again, I'm going to repeat something I've said before. Enrique was excited about it, and they still didn't give it to him. But now we don't have Champions League football. If we go back to him, I suspect he's probably going to say no. No to Poch that says Luis Enrique might go to Tottenham because of Todd Boehly. It's silly, really. It's again, I'm pissed. DJ, it's clear the owners want to coach the team, so they need a yes man. The problem is yes men do not win trophies. They don't. They don't, because the owners will be interfering with the job eventually. Todd Boehly shouldn't have hired Frank Lampard in the first place. Yep, we said that. To clarify, I'm saying that I don't like Postecoglou by his CV. Okay. The manager whose name is not mentioned only is like by the club who might, like I said, there's a chance there's no such thing as a mystery man. Actually, it's just to make the whole thing interesting. We need a system and a talent ID. What is the style of play? Which is winning? Attacking football possession. Can these players play that football? I don't know. Let's see. There were talks of us getting Poch way back after the Conte era, to be honest. Okay, this was under Roman. Okay, what else do we have here? Postecoglou CV is 2 Celtic titles, multiple successful seasons in Japan and other minor leagues. No experience in Europe, a big league. Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. It's too much for Postecoglou. I don't want him here, but at least he would tell Boehly where to go. Maybe. Maybe he won't be a yes man. Standards in this club has dropped since Boehly came, even given a losing manager the job. The hiring of Frank Lampard, I still don't understand. So we're saying that the problem is the owners and not much the managers. It's everything. It's quite a lot of stuff. It's the manager in some cases, the players in some cases, the owners have made mistakes, which has you could say it didn't help matters. But I'm going to go to JC right away. I don't think JC, your thoughts, the possibility of what's his name, Mauricio Pochettino becoming the next Chelsea manager, and the fact that the club, again, according to what we've heard, that Chelsea are considering hiring what's his name, Vincent Kompany is one of the people that are being considered. So you go ahead. Okay, you can hear my son yelling my name. JC, go ahead.
Hello?
JC, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? I was mute by mistake.
Yeah,
Hey,
go ahead.
JC.
But did you hear everything I said?
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think Pochettino is a very good manager. I mean, not really on the scale of Carlo Ancelotti or somebody, but he's not a bad manager. But my thought is pretty simple. I mean, in the process of this manager and looking at the past managers and whatever we are hearing, none of these managers we have interviewed so far were bad managers. None of them. And still they were not hired. And even Tuchel was fired not because of footballing reasons. So the reasons are different. And the different reasons can be, well, okay, synergy with the club's vision, or you can say yes man, or whatever you say, but they are giving a lot of importance to the non-footballing reasons. And if we look at non-footballing reasons, then Pochettino has a very big non-footballing reasons that 50%, roughly around half of the fan base would really do not like to see him. And that will be a huge destabilizing factor. But still, Boehly is going after him. Okay, so this gives me really. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, if you want to do footballing reasons, then of course, I mean, Pochettino comes third or fourth in the line, maybe even. And if you are looking at non-footballing reasons, then maybe for them he might be a fit. But they must realize having him. And if one thing goes wrong, then this will become again a destabilizing factor, and we can end up messing up our next season. So, is it the risk worth taking? I mean, it's a big factor they must be looking at. I admit, like a lot of banter is there, a lot of joking is there about his Tottenham links and everything, and eventually we are all grown up. All that okay. If you look at it in a mature manner, I would say okay, I would accept him if he's there, if he's winning. But if the moment he starts losing, everything will come out straight away, and it will be again very toxic environment in the stadium. Why are they going for him? I mean, is it really that bad to convince Nagelsmann or any other manager which they have already interviewed? What were those points? Are those points as serious as Pochettino's past? No, probably not. But this is also a factor they must consider. They must consider, because a toxic environment in the stadium will help nobody.
He wouldn't. And you made a good. I think that emphasizes the point I think Roger has made. Bobby also has made that point. Even he's a good manager. You did point that out too. But the fact is, the slightest mistake he makes, he will be blown out of proportion, and it won't help. I'll come back to you. Just give me 1 second. A follow-up question for you, JC. Please stay down. Hopefully you have time. I hope you're not at work. Frank is interim. His appointment was never permanent, but more for mentality. Now we see again. It's a bigger problem. Not like the RB was gonna take us anywhere. Let's see what we have. Anonymous name mentioned who might be coach. I'm not sure who Hamid. I'm not sure who that might be. It's everywhere too. I want Bielsa to come in and flip tables. Bielsa, very predictable. I'm not gonna even look at that. I think it's you have every right to mention any name that comes to mind, given where we find ourselves. Fellas, at this point, there's no point in debate. We have to go with whatever option is left. Yeah, I'll come to that. No wonder Poch is again is in the headlines. He's the best of the shrinking bunch. Yeah, that's another way to phrase it. That's so American. Jesse sounding like Bolly in the dressing room. In the dressing room, coach, it's true. Bolly made the kit man make a space for him in the dressing room, adding a shirt, short socks and boots next to RSC. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Jesse, I'm going to come back to you. Let me ask you this before anything else, because you haven't responded to that. The two options, the two named options. We have one unnamed option. The two named options, Pochettino and Vincent Kompany. What would you do if you have to pick?
If I am in those shoes who are making the decisions, my first worry is I'm running out of options. I'm in trouble. And if these two also go, where do I go next? And what will be the outcry? And what will we do? I mean, if you are having an interviewing process or the hiring process, and suddenly you realize, like out of like 300 applications you received, 278 have said no to you. Then you have two issues in your mind. One is like, okay, I'm in trouble, and I better make a choice. And then it is like, okay, I mean, wherever the finger lands, they will hire that stuff. It does not look like a total due diligence and doing everything. I mean, they are overplaying it. And to be honest, none of the two. For me, none of the two.
No, if it happens that that's the only option we have, let's just assume that's the case. That's the only option that are available. Yeah, just forget every other aspect, forget every other factor that you may have looked at that made you feel like none of them. But if you had to, that's the question.
Coach, I am in business, and I know there is always a way out. And the simplest way out is just pick up the phone and give a call to maybe Enrique and say, look, we didn't agree on some things, but maybe we can be negotiating something and we could come to a common agreement there. And would you like to have another meeting? Simple as that. Simple thing.
And why did you think Nagelsmann pulled out? I haven't asked you that.
Yeah, it's God knows. But I mean, it's all speculations and all that. But the guy is pissed off. I mean, and that is pretty apparent. Or like maybe again that is also speculative. But he has come out. I mean, he has simply refused. I mean, like he has pulled out. Who pulls out? Pulling out means is like I'm out, totally out. Forget about me.
It's not a good reflection, is it?
Yeah. And with Enrique, at least he's quiet. He says, "This is what I need." And they said, okay, there is speculation that he is out, but there is no communication between them apparently, and just a phone call might sort it. But with Nagelsmann, he maybe his youth enthusiasm or whatever, but he left no doors open. He said, okay, I'm out.
I think here's the thing. I get your point, and I'm going to go back to what AD said. Let's not just think it's over yet. There's a chance tomorrow you hear us, you hear it's Enrique, you hear Mourinho comes in. I think I'm just going to go with that. Maybe that will keep me hopeful. Maybe I won't worry too much for the fact that we thought it was going to be Nagelsmann certainly, and then boom, you know who's in, you know who's leading the race right now. So I'll be taking everything I hear with regards to who becomes the next manager with a pinch of salt until it happens. I think Roger did emphasize that too. Were you saying something else, JC?
Yes, there is something else, which is a very basic sense in any business owner must understand. It's not only about heritage as a club or anything. Any organization a business owner is building is not his private property. There are different stakeholders. There are suppliers. There are people, employees. There is society involved. There is a government involved. You need to pay taxes. It is a responsibility. You cannot be bigger. I understand in American culture, it is very much like the top guy. He's like a cult figure and everything. But in Europe, it is more like you are a part of a society and you have responsibilities and duties. Okay, this way which Boehly approached the business and the change. If you make change, you go step by step. Dismantling anything is easy, but rebuilding it takes time. So instead of totally doing it, dismantling, or maybe he didn't dismantle, everybody left, but he should have asked maybe to stay for a little while he finds something. No, it happened so quickly. It was almost like he had no regard for the club. It's all about him.
Spot on.
JC, gentlemen, can I just say something? I get you what you're saying. I truly do, but I think you have to understand it from where he's coming from or where they are coming from collectively as an owners group. And I say that because I understand American culture because I've lived there half my life. I think they didn't come here buying a business, and that's what Chelsea is for all intents and purposes. It's an entertainment business that so happens to be a football club. Okay, excuse me, apologize. And what they do is they've invested a lot of golf balls in this company, and what they do not wish to come in and lose money on their investment. Their plan is to upgrade the business, do whatever it takes to be an elite club and make money. I'm being very fundamentally basic here deliberately, but that's for all intents and purposes what they're doing. They may be naive perhaps, but their intentions are good. Are they going about it correctly? Only time will tell. Only time will tell, but perhaps not. I'm just oversimplifying things, but I'm not defending them because they have made mistakes and it's obvious, but their intentions are noble, I believe.
No, I will answer you this. There is a cultural difference here, definitely.
Definitely.
Yes, and there is a fundamental difference between the U.S. and business environment and European business environment, and maybe he comes from that. And it's not like sure. American system is bad or British system is bad or European system
different.
In USA, you can fire anybody quickly, pay him a compensation, gone. And then you put out somebody and you hire next day, a new person comes in. In Europe, if somebody has worked for you for 20 years, try firing him. You will end up paying him almost his pension fund. Totally.
No, I get it. No, I get it.
Hiring and firing is not quick. And to be doing this quick reincarnation, changing everything, it will create problems, and they didn't realize, or he had total disregard, maybe, or maybe he didn't know that, or he thought like, okay, I will manage it over confidence, maybe. And now he's having the same problem. I mean, can you imagine in US
naivety?
Sports, you are hiring a manager, and the manager, possible manager, is saying no to you after going through 3 interviews and said, fellas, I'm out of it. A top professional telling you, sorry guys, I'm out of it.
All right, let me catch up with the chat. We've been streaming for 4 hours, please. I think it's about time I get everybody finance thoughts and we can call it a day. The Chelsea managers are drawn from a raffle, just like the lineup for the Real Madrid game. This is some strong statement there. Colin Enrique, after a failed meeting, sounds so desperate. We're desperate. So that doesn't mean that if we don't call me, doesn't change anything. Let's wait and see. Hopefully, they will not disappoint us. I hope so too. But I'm not just gonna say finally it's Poch. Didn't Nagelsmann one time off before going back into management? I didn't hear that, but that sounds like something that's correct. I am pretty sure he said that in a press conference at the point. So maybe that may well be the case. It's a myth to think that the owners don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, and let me see how this ends. And that is destroying our club. They don't care about trophies. All fans just profit. Red Bull, model. I cannot even blame Boehly. I doubt he's mainly making decisions. I've said that before. There's no way he's a sole decision maker there. They're a group. If that makes sense. In a consulting where, Iqbali, I get that. And I think I agree with you. these owners they dismantle everything the Roman built. That's how a lot of people see it. We must stick with one manager for at least 3 years. I agree that will help a lot. The American slander is and I'm sitting here listening to it. if you call it slander, but I wouldn't say slander. People have every right to voice their opinion. It's wide considering that there's multiple people consulting each of their own decisions, different backgrounds. It's Russian business different from English business. I don't know. We're not talking business here, but the truth remains, I think the owners, no matter how you see it, everything they're doing is with good intent, but they've made one mistake that has led to again things faltering in every from multiple positions. It's not helpful, so it will always come down to people blaming them for everything. And I agree they made mistakes, but I think everything they've done, they really want to do well. Look at the signings. Look at how much they've spent. But one mistake, that's firing Tuchel was seriously a huge mistake. But hiring Graham Potter also turns out was a very, very big mistake. And I'm not going to blame them too much for hiring because a lot of us supported it, really. I wanted him to succeed, and I thought it was a good decision. But when it turned out it didn't, it wasn't working out. Another mistake was to let it to stay too long. Another mistake also was to fire him and then hire Frank Lampard. That one I don't understand, if that makes sense. Let's move on from that. Here we have Guy cannot spend billions then dismantle the club by a mere culture difference. I agree with you, but I think I understood. Just 1 second, JC, please. Just 1 second. I understood JC's point. Big up everyone. Big up to you too. They make mistakes with papers. Okay, if that's how you see it. They are smart, not stupid people, whatever sport is American or European. Let's say, how did these guys become billionaires and more importantly, stay billionaires? They're smart. Okay, Jesse, go ahead with what you wanted to say.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call it a mistake or anything. As I also said, like it's not culturally blaming that is wrong or that is right. It's not a mistake. It's just an error of judgment, maybe, or maybe misunderstanding of. But it was not just one mistake. It was like or error of judgment with Tuchel. I mean, letting all those people leave at the same time. I mean, suddenly everybody left. I mean, that was maybe try to like prolong it and make step-by-step changes. Like, don't go so fast. And I mean, it never needed to be spontaneous. And try to bite like one piece at a time. You know, you just don't eat everything. You will see at the same time you will suffer then. And that is not nothing to do with the culture. That is simple as logic, you know, as common sense, I would say. So
and again, one thing we can all agree: they did not spend that much money to run the club into the gutter, even if the profit is their priority. But that's, by the way, let me come to you, DJ. Your final thoughts on everything we've talked about today.
Yeah, listen. As I said, I'm. Yeah, Roger's laughing because he's right to say, huh? No. Listen, discussions on here are always great. You know, on this stream with all of you guys. You know, I love every point everyone makes. You know, all valid points in their own way, and you know, you respect everyone's opinions and views. I'm more to the fact that I just want to see my club come back. You know, it's been so obviously it's been a roller coaster year last year or so for us as a football club, seeing what's been going on behind the scenes with Roman and now these new owners coming in. I get there's a situation in business. You make mistakes. I'm all for that, as long as you learn from your mistakes. And at this moment in time, I just think, you know, when these guys first bought the football club, do they actually walk into the Chelsea Museum? If you go to the Chelsea Museum and you see exactly what we've won over the years and all the things that we've done as a football club, you know, loads of things that Roman achieved and the previous management achieved before, the previous owners achieved before they took over this football club and bought it. I always want them to do that. Walk into that club, realise what they're doing. If they know they've made mistakes, correct these mistakes. I just hope to God they get. I said it already. The next managing position has got to be the right one. Because as I said it right now, if it's not the right one, the fans will turn. And they're not going to just turn on the manager, they'll turn on them. And if you see protests start happening at Stamford Bridge next season, which I think a lot of fans want to try and avoid doing, it will happen. It will happen at Chelsea. These owners have got to really, really make the right decision in the summer and get the right manager in. Because at the moment, what we're narrowed down to, the last two managers that have been mentioned and the mystery manager, at the moment, for me, I think they should be. There are far better out there, especially to manage a club like us. And I think a lot of people in the comments would know that as well, and you guys here would know that. But this is what we're narrowed down to. So, I just hope to God they get it right in the end, for the sake of the club and for the sake of the fans and everyone goes and watches and supports the club. Because it'd be a sad day if they don't do it right, if they don't get it right.
Yeah, they have to get it right. For multitude of reasons, if they make a mistake and hire the wrong person and things continue going downhill, our situation gets worse. Then Arteta as a big club is at risk. Will be at risk. And
Can I give another example? Can I
Yeah.
give another example of biting all together too fast and not firing, but hiring?
Okay, this is you
How
presenting
many
your final
players?
thoughts,
How
right?
many players? Just look at how many players, how quickly they acquired. What was the need? Go one at a time. They bloody brought in 10 players or something like that. There was no space in the changing room. Take it step by step. Don't need to rush.
That's a solid point. I think we brought in too many players at the same time. Now there's a need to actually reduce the squad. Too many players has to be sold at the same time, which isn't easy. So it compounds the situation. JC, let me get your overall thoughts on everything. I know you've been following the show. Maybe you were busy then on everything we've talked about today.
Look, I think they are in a difficult situation right now, because they're not difficult, but like in a challenge. They have to find a good manager, and the process is going on. And yes, there is a little bit setback, like people like Nagelsmann have pulled out. Some people are not fitting in, and they are left with a few we do not know. But the season starts you have months. Don't rush it. I just hope they don't rush it and hire Vincent Kompany or Pochettino or make it between these two. Eventually, what can go wrong now? Nothing. Take your time. If you are in a fix, give it more time. Make another call to Enrique. Make another call to name. I don't know. The market is big. So I think they will take their time.
There are even managers who has job now that if you sell it well to them, they might come. But go ahead.
Yeah, right now, why will Amorim even entertain a talk of a possibility? He has a semi-final to look forward to. It will be wrong for him to be even picking up a call. His focus is on semi-finals. So and what will go wrong? We have to take 1 point from remaining season, enjoy the ride, and work, and that's it. And this is a setback, small setback, but don't rush again. Don't rush again. Don't make it into one of these two.
Yeah, thank you so much, JC. Always nice to have you on whenever you have time. I don't know if Bobby is ready, but let me start with Roger. If Bobby isn't ready, then I usually like to round off with Bobby sometimes. But Roger, you go ahead. Your overall thoughts, final thoughts on everything we talked about.
Just like JC, deep breath, right? No, it's, you know what? I wouldn't say it's demoralizing, but it's frustrating that how far we've fallen. You would hope that we would have a long line.
Honestly, I didn't expect things to get this worse, but go ahead.
I don't think any of us did, to be fair. Realistically, deep down, how shall I put this? You would hope that such an established club, an elite top club like Chelsea, would have a lot of, shall we say, capable and elite managers knocking on our door. You would hope that we would be worthy of that, and it doesn't seem to be the case. I get that they have a vision and they have a long-term project, and that's commendable in some regards. Having said that, at the very least, you must hire and you must not have people such as a Nagelsmann pull out. That's disconcerting. That's worrisome. Let's be honest here. Unless I don't know, this is pure speculation, but I mean, who honestly on this panel, who are their preferences per se? I mean, there's yes, I know everyone would want Pep, etc., or whatever, but I'm not sure who I want. And I've said this from day one. I can't give you, and I'm not chickening out, just in case we hire someone that turns out to be a failure. I'm not doing that at all. It's just I'm at a loss. Ever since we fired Potter, I'm at a loss as to who would I prefer as a manager. There's no one. Yeah, Ancelotti, okay, would be the obvious pick. I get that, but there's not someone that's like with a neon sign flashing that says, "Yeah, this is the obvious choice for Chelsea." Is there? There's possibly a few people that, but even then, I'm not sure. Like Luis Enrique Martinez, everyone is finds him a very sexy and appealing option, and to a certain extent, I think that's a fair assessment. But the fact that he wanted and was willing to be hired ASAP, and we dismissed that. Perhaps there is a difference of philosophies with certain people, like a Nagelsmann, like a Luis Enrique, etc. But listen, this is a dangerous road we're going down. If we once more, and I mean with no disrespect to someone like Vincent Kompany, he could turn out to be the next Pep. We don't know that. I don't wish to belittle him in any shape or form. But if we go down that road once more and he doesn't succeed, this does not bode well, gentlemen. This does not.
I said it for the sake of his career. So my advice,
No.
that's the only thing. He should stay at Burnley and do well with them. He's just promoted them to the Premiership, right? Work with them for a season in the Premiership and see how he does before he can put himself up there. Even after a year in the Premiership and he does survive with them, still give himself another year with Burnley. See if he can get them into a better position before making that bigger step to a bigger club. Because if he just goes rushing in, Roger, let's be honest, bro, right? If he goes rushing into a big job and it doesn't work out, the poor guy is going to get tarnished. And it's not going to be his fault. He's going to get tarnished for no reason by the fans, by our fans. And you can't blame our fans for that because obviously they want success at the football club. Yes, he might be the next upcoming big thing in football, but not now. Not to manage a big club now, Roger. For me, that would be going down the route, as you just said, like the Graham Potter route. Yeah, we all know Graham Potter is a good manager, but Chelsea came at the wrong time for him. He needs to go and manage a bigger club. Then come to maybe Chelsea
side,
off that, Bob.
I need a new client, mate. Just kidding.
All right. You need one. All right. Let me catch up on the chat. When I come back to the panel, I accepted Bobby is available to speak, and then we'll call it a day. We've been streaming for 4 hours, 30 minutes plus. It's getting to 5 hours.
Bobby, Bobby.
Just see, I think the term you were looking for is a series of catastrophic errors. Let's see, JC, I love your commentary, but ultimately we never know why people left exactly. People are fickle. What can Boehly do if the old regime wants to leave? It's as simple as that. We didn't know what happened, but it's concerning, really. Yeah, I get that. Now they can blame Red Bull, become Red Bull FC. Okay, wasn't Boehly fault Maria bought Lukaku for 100 million? I mean, that's a solid argument. We'll move on from that. Let's see. We also have to remember what a mess we were left in transfer bans. There again, it wasn't an easy start for them, and they've been trying to make up for all those lost grounds and all that. Transfer bans. They're again the new players, no cohesion, mentality is weak. This is just a hard time. Like I said, it's the reason we're struggling is down to a whole lot of stuff, not just one factor. It is the one mistake, some mistakes from the owners, bad managers, and the players not being up to par. Fan base need to avoid to buy a season ticket and everything from Chelsea shop. Empty standards breach next season. It's only what can save our club. Wow. Okay. Organize it. If you want something similar to Arteta or Pep, ball, then get Vincent Kompany. But I don't think he's ready. I want them to even expand the list. Don't be in a rush. Add Hansi Flick to that list. Speak with Jose Mourinho. Even Carlo Ancelotti, if he's planning on leaving Real Madrid at the end of the season, expand the list, really. But let's see, maybe Frank Lampard shouldn't be the one to stay until the new manager comes in. Empty Stamford Bridge would make us worse. Empty, so to speak, would make us worse. If anything, we need more support and compassion because we can't change anything. And Chama says, goodbye, everyone. Has a blessed weekend. Same to you, Chama. Always nice to see you. Let's see what we have there. My favorite was Nagelsmann over any manager. He's a good shout there. We don't put people in seats, then it will mess with us financially, and there will be consequences. What you expect will happen when players on the pitch see the fans not supporting the team. I'm not all for us boycotting game. And again, what contribution do I have with regards to that? I don't see games at Stamford Bridge. But yeah, Roger, we had a lead manager. Enrique was keen. He had not lost our prestige yet, but this could be a turning point which is a down spiral and capitulate. Indeed. Wow. Yeah. I don't want it to get to that, Vivel. Hopefully we'll see a surprise manager we didn't know that we're talking to, and then we'll all be happy. Don't I own 3 properties? My wife is hot and I am young. I'm not sure what to make of that one. Look how tolerant the fan base has become and desensitized. Desensitized, I agree. Tolerant also, I agree, because I myself have gotten numb to everything that's going on. Maybe because I'm a content creator, I just have to put up a straight face and try to be as objective as possible and not sound like I'm siding anybody. Expectations now in comparison to pre-lockdown next season, our expectations will be to avoid relegation. What type of football do the fans want? Or do we want? I'm not sure what to make of that. What else do we have here? So you're saying Vincent Kompany is just like Potter, even a worse. It could be an even worse mistake than Potter, really. Forget the playing style. That's nothing. Who normally buys 16 new players in 6 months? That rarely happens. They say there's no American-European thing. Mistakes are created. It was a mistake again, and he has agreed that they made a mistake. Have a blessed weekend, panel and viewers. Thank you so much, brother. Always nice to see you. I appreciate that. And Vivel CFC, aka 343 dilemma. Before I say the wrong thing again, where we'd have to have 12 players. The beautiful game, they fed us. That's life mentality. Like I said, certain things. That's how it happens. And with that, we've come to the natural end of the stream. I appreciate you all. It's been an excellent discussion. With we have Bobby was here, JC. Ty was also here, but he had a connection issue. DJ, always nice to have you on the panel, brother. Hopefully you find time to join next time. And Roger Pop, thank you for finding the time to join. JC, my bro, I appreciate all your contributions today. Very passionate contributions too. Cheers for the stream, lads. It's something to keep me going for a couple of hours. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. Much love to the beautiful game. Big up to you. Much love to Glenn. Much love to Vivel. Much love to Louis Rivera, Eugene, always here contributing. Visual Studios, much love to you. Who else do I have here that I have missed? Choma, thank you for joining us. And if I miss your name, apologies, I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Bye, Peace, everyone. Peace, everyone.
Peace and love.